Underworld, a short story written by Installation 00 and rooted squarely in the Halo universe. The story follows our protagonist Lucas Hunt as his mundane life is entirely uprooted when the Covenant arrive on his homeworld of Plusios, a distant, inner colony world. Once a slave to the system, the journey thrusts a menial dock worker into an unexpected series of events that sees what he once considered to be his shackles to be the very source of his strength. He will make discoveries that upend everything he thought he knew about the world, his existence, and himself. With the city falling around him, Luke finds himself navigating a dying world, skulking through the subterranean depths of the city and trying desperately to escape annihilation as the old world burns and a new one rises from its ashes. This is Underworld. Chapter 1. New Pylos. Synoviet Heavy Industries, New Pylos Space Tether, Plusios Colony, Calypso Star System, 1758 hours, March 27th, 2535, Military Calendar. Luke tapped the release on the centre of his chest. His interface suit's smart fabric loosened off and he peeled it off of his skin. He took the suit off, feeling the magnetic tug of its couplers on his skin as he did so. He hung the rather weighty garment on its hanger and slid it back into his locker. He pulled on his dark-fitted cargo pants and retrieved a loose off-white button-up Henley. The silvery glint of his skin surface interface terminals in his arms and torso caught the overhead lights, and he noticed them glimmer in his locker door's mirror. He briefly inspected them. They'd been implanted over a year ago when he took the heavy goods loader position. A quick session of injections that embedded electrode arrays into the nerve bundles in his arms, legs and torso had followed. They led to small rectangular terminals that his skin would grow into, anchoring them in place and sealing the wound. They'd healed pretty much instantly. The company couldn't allow for any downtime. He couldn't recall if him quitting meant the removal of these implants once more or not. Admittedly, he hadn't even read the contract. He just needed the extra money. He still needed the extra money. He shook his head and broke the mental loop he'd noticed he was performing nearly every shift. Wishing he could quit, daydreaming about a better life, being slapped in the face with reality and realising he couldn't quit, and that he had precious few options available to him. It just wasn't helping his mental state, nor was it actually changing anything to dwell on comforting fantasies. He pulled on his shirt. It had hitches and holes in it from catching on the corners of his neural interface terminals, but he couldn't afford to buy new clothes this month, or next month. And likely not the month after either. He slipped on his boots, buckled them up and grabbed his coat. He checked his pockets to make sure everything was still accounted for. Theft was on the rise again. Things were tough all over and people were struggling, desperate in fact, and some had turned to petty theft, stealing more or less anything they could find from people's lockers and then selling the goods on just to make ends meet. He empathised with their struggle, he really did. But he'd already lost a datapad and an okay pair of sunglasses to them, so it was tough not to feel at least a little angry and paranoid of his fellow co-workers. The problem is, they were all in the same boat. Everyone was struggling, and while stealing something might make you some credits in the short term, it left someone else much worse off as they didn't have the excess credits to spare to replace it. The poor stealing from the poor. The employees who'd been stolen from had asked management to install cameras in the locker rooms or something to catch whoever was doing it, but despite empty promises and hollow sympathies, nothing had been done about it. Today, however, everything was here and accounted for. Considering the huge disparity between the salaries of the employees and the management, he could at least say for relative certainty that management weren't stealing their stuff. His immediate line manager lived in the northern quadrant of the city, the wealthy side of town, meaning they were likely earning 10 times his pay, and yet as far as he could tell, they weren't qualified, skilled, or even very intelligent in the job at hand, likely being given the position due to the people they knew, rather than their ability to do the job. Yet another inequality to add to the list. Luke threw his satchel over his shoulder, picked up his still drinks flask, and slipped it into the holder on his bag. He closed his locker and walked to the door. He passed a few colleagues down the narrow corridor and exchanged a few nods and catch you tomorrows as he made his way to clock out for the day. He approached the terminal and paused briefly to check his wristwatch. It was around 2 minutes until the hour, and the actual end of his shift. He's been stung clocking out early before, literally by only a few seconds, but they docked him an hour's pay for the difference. To pass the time, he removed his compad from his pants pocket and thumbed the biometric scanner. The device popped to life and he checked his notifications. Another waypoint message telling him energy prices were rising once again. Seriously, fusion uses one of the most abundant materials in the universe. How was its cost rising again? He thought to himself. He checked the news and found an article on the most recent number of refugees arriving at the colony. No surprises, it numbered in the thousands in just the last week. He checked the time, a few seconds to go. He locked his pad and slipped it back in his pocket. He looked at the clock on the wall and smoothed back a long lock of his blonde hair that had fallen into his face. He let his hand squeeze some of the tension out of his neck. The hair on the sides of his head was growing out again. He'd need to get that shaved back this evening. Finally letting his hand slide down the side of his face, feeling the scratch of the stubble on his cheeks, briefly tugging his tidy goatee and letting his arm fall by his side. He rolled his shoulders and stretched his neck as he noticed the security camera in the corner pivot to look at him. The time finally elapsed, and he stepped forward and pressed his thumb against the scanner. A quick biometric scan followed by facial recognition confirmed he was himself, and the system automatically clocked him out. He figured that if they dock him an entire hour for clocking out a few seconds early, he wouldn't be out there working a second longer than the end of his shift. He can be petty too. Content, he shook his head and walked outside. The docking area was a buzz of activity, people quickly moving from container to container, checking shipping manifests and consignment numbers against the freight they actually had in front of them. Luke gave a nod to a couple of his colleagues who weren't entirely insufferable, and stepped clear as a Mark I grunting exoskeleton loader marched past, before its bulk pivoted, and the voice of his shift buddy, Hank, called out over its external speakers.
"Hey man, you clocking off?"
"Yeah, I'm done for the day,"
Luke said as he turned but continued walking backwards.
"So you got anything planned?"
"No, not really. Just some dinner and some housework. I might catch a viaduct on the Greek Pantheon later. Lap of luxury, huh?"
"Yeah, we're living the dream, buddy. Have a good night. And say hi to your mom for me."
Luke span back around, dropping his head forward in a slow nod, and stuck his hand up in the air as a casual wave. The sound of the heavy loader's boots growing more distant as he continued the lengthy walk across the docks to the perimeter fence. Luke was a power loader himself. He used one of these hulking exoskeleton platforms to move around freight far too heavy for unaided handling. His suit was identical to Hank's. It was a 2-meter tall, bulky, powered exoskeleton. It was a nearly 200-year-old platform that was originally designed during humanity's expansion into the stars, but that had been reappropriated by many large freight and logistics companies for heavy goods handling and logistical support. They were powerful but limited in their application due to most of them having to be tethered to a power supply. Its large grey metal plating had been given hazard decals and some high-vis panels, but retained much of its original flat grey, tank-like titanium armour plating. Removed from the earlier platforms, these units had been upgraded with their own portable power supply that needed charging between shifts, one of the benefits of more modern technology. He had once overheard some kids watching him do his work saying how cool it was to be able to use one of them, that the suit made him look like a superhero or something. A charming idea to be sure, but in reality he just saw himself as a glorified forklift operator. He worked for Sonoviet Heavy Machinery, a massive conglomerate of shipping companies whose biggest contractor was the UNSC. In the 26th century, even an average Joe like Luke could get cybernetic implants on a company's credits if it meant he could perform his job more efficiently and ultimately benefit the company's bottom line. He stopped in his tracks as a container being lifted by an automated crane traversed one of the goods lanes of the container yard. With the way now clear, he dropped his gaze back to the ground. A small trail of mineral salts was leaking from the container that had just passed. For such huge companies with seemingly bottomless pockets, you'd think they'd be able to afford containers that didn't leak. He dismissed the thought and continued his walk to the perimeter fence. Plusios was a colony that had many valuable minerals and exports that the UNSC required for their shipbuilding facilities. So, while he didn't trust the UNSC or the United Earth government, they at least provided the necessary workloads to keep him in the job. With the rising costs across the colony, now more than ever, Job security was almost invaluable. Not that he had any delusions, he was in any manner irreplaceable. He was just a number to these faceless corporate giants. He had to keep the job to be able to pay his bills and take care of his mum. She had gotten really sick a few years back, and the medical treatments out here on Plusios just aren't what they are in the more prosperous inner colonies. She was left with lasting problems that left her unable to work and, in truth, barely able to look after herself. He had moved in with her following her treatment to help out financially and physically. He'd just recently made the final payments on our medical bills, but as quickly as the extra credits came into his account, so they were siphoned off once again by more price increases, more utility bill hikes, more food costs skyrocketing, and more rent increases. It was all just a cruel joke. The city's main benefactor was Synoviet. Most of the city existed because of them. They owned the orbital elevator and the several large power plants that fed the city. They built most of the buildings and owned or had stakes in most other companies in the city. On the few occasions he really looked into it, he realized his entire life was owned by the company he worked for. That was the punchline to the worst joke in history. He exchanged his time for money. He worked hard and earned a wage to allow him the freedom to live in a city owned by the company he worked for, meaning they might pay him a wage, but one way or another, he paid it back to them in rent, utilities, transportation, food and goods, and even healthcare. He was a prisoner with the illusion of freedom. But this was all allowed, encouraged in fact, under the laws and statutes that governed every human colony in the galaxy. All decided upon by a government he didn't vote for reasons he didn't understand, in response to a war he never wanted against alien aggressors that many in the outer colonies were convinced was just only propaganda to keep them in line. He wasn't that dense as to not believe the war was real though. The amount of refugees fleeing attacked colonies, the mobilization of the UNSC, the sheer quantity of enlisted personnel who were never seen again, all pointed to the war being very, very real. But until the Covenant came knocking on his door, it wasn't his problem. The thought immediately stuck in his mind. But this war is his problem. Though he never asked for it, he was fighting it. Perhaps not with a rifle and body armor on the front lines, but in his own way. The war had become a battle he was fighting. As the Covenant glassed colony after colony, more and more refugees flocked to surviving colonies. This massive influx of bodies was a major drain on resources. Add to this the fact that the glassed colonies were no longer able to ship their products to the other colonies, meaning many resources were becoming more scarce, driving up costs. This all had very real consequences for the average person living and working across the human expanse. But here, on Plusios, the gulf between the average person and the elite seemed particularly pronounced. The city was quite harshly divided into quadrants centered around the orbital tether. The western and eastern quadrants were, by and large, the working class of the colony, people like him, struggling on the day-to-day, making just enough to get by. The southern quadrant was the heavy industrial sector, where minerals, ores, and resources were shipped from across the colony to be refined into valuable exports, and the northern quadrant, buffeted by an immense mountain range with the two tallest peaks and their adjoining col being nicknamed the Throne of the Gods, was the affluent part of the city. All the wealthy fat cats and their families living in the lap of luxury. Buildings all brightened alloys, glimmering glass and lights. Monoliths to their success off the backs of the other three quadrants. It wasn't a full segregation. It wasn't Earth in the 21st century. You could still visit their retail sector, go to their bars, drive their streets, but you knew you weren't welcome. And as for them coming to the other quadrants, well, it just didn't happen. He made his way to the employee exit of the docking area, and whilst being tracked by no less than 5 different cameras, slipped through the security gate and out onto the streets. He looked over his shoulder back at the docks that lay at the foot of the orbital tether, its immense superstructure lit by hundreds of powerful lights. Above, the tether itself stretched up into the cloudy evening sky, the red lights on its massive retainer rings disappearing into the cloud cover the higher up he looked. He noticed one of the cameras turn its lens in his direction and stop. His lingering too long on the sidewalk was drawing attention. He turned his back to the camera once more facing the streets, pulled up the hood of his coat, and began walking towards the city itself. He reached into his pocket and retrieved an ancient 21st century MP3 player. It was a hassle to try to convert the music files of the day to the more archaic format compatible with the player, but he liked it. He liked it was an unintelligent, unintegrated device meant for one simple purpose: to provide the person listening to it with music. It couldn't be used to track you, find out what you're doing, where you're going, or listen in on your conversations like most modern devices do. AIs were everywhere, all the time. Even the city itself was run by a superintendent-class AI who oversaw all operations of the city, from trash collection to traffic signals, the balancing of loads on the space tether to city-wide communications, including its intelligent surveillance systems that covered every inch of the city. The device's simplicity made it ideal to pass the time of his walking commute across the city between work and home, because he sure as hell couldn't afford a cab, and the subways and tramlines were always a heaving mass of people with zero consideration of anyone but themselves. The walk gave him time to think, time to escape, and he ultimately denied any interested parties any intel beyond his vacuous walk through the city. Not that he thought his life was of any interest to anyone beyond his mum. His stomach groaned in protest to the walk, so he reached into his satchel and retrieved a nutrient bar. He tore open the wrapper and polished it off in a minute flat. He screwed the wrapper into a ball in his hand, and as he came to a stop at an intersection, he reached over a trash receptacle and let it go. A car raced the red light before it changed, accelerating notably to clear the junction in time, passing Luke and the other pedestrians who were waiting to cross. The crosswalk sign switched to walk, and he and the other pedestrians began moving. Before he had even fully left the pavement, 2 sentry drones descended to meet him in the street. The small automated devices bobbed in front of him on columns of ducted warm air, their camera apertures focusing on him, an automated voice proclaiming,
"Halt! Please pick up your litter."
Luke looked around confused before noticing the wrapper he had just dropped on the ground a few feet from the can. The breeze from the vehicle moments earlier must have blown the nutrient wrapper off course just enough to miss the trash receptacle, and this had been interpreted by the superintendent AI watching over the city as a violation of its littering policies. The drones themselves were able to be outfitted with various means to enforce laws, ranging from taser devices to tear gas, wax paralysis rounds, and even live ammunition, but the real problem was that just gaining their attention enables them to visually identify you against civilian databases, and this had wide-ranging consequences, from something as simple as a fine all the way through to putting you on a watch list so you're more likely to get pulled over, searched, questioned, delayed, and even have certain services revoked that in all manner of day-to-day life makes everything exponentially more difficult and invasive. He held up his hands in submission, shrugged in acknowledgement, and picked up the wrapper, ensuring it was placed in the can securely before turning back to the drones.
"There, no harm done,"
he tiresomely replied. The drones continued to hover there a moment, prompting Luke to question.
"Everything good now?"
Thank you for your cooperation.
The automated voice replied, and the drones gained altitude and resumed their pre-programmed flight paths.
"Great, you're welcome."
He worked his fingers to the bone to keep his mum and his own head above water, and yet the government would pilfer his salary for taxes. His work would dock him an hour for clocking out seconds early, and every monthly cost would continue to rise in line with the UEG's say-so, and all the while, he's watched, surveyed, treated with suspicion, taxed, charged, and squeezed by the system every moment of every day. But this was life. This was reality in this screwed-up existence that had been built centuries before he existed, and would likely continue to exist for eons after he was gone. A slave to a system that is designed to convince you you're free. He had evidently been lost in his thoughts when his attention was suddenly brought back to reality when he noticed a sudden increase in the quantity of aerial vehicles. As he watched, he noted that they were almost all Pelicans, dropships in heavy use with the UNSC. and amongst them many private vessels, primarily owned by the wealthy. There was of course a couple of UNSC bases on the colony, with the closest one being just northeast of the city, but the quantity of private ships leaving the northern quadrant, it wasn't normal for the wealthy to leave their gilded nests. He stopped briefly to watch a news broadcast reporting that the neighbouring colony of Erin had recently gone dark, with no interplanetary communications being broadcast and faint scrambled local communications being picked up sporadically by the IP arrays. At this moment, the colour of the city suddenly shifted. Every display, every shop window, every digital sign displayed in bold red letters the same message. Emergency broadcast. Luke removed the earbuds from his ears and stared open-mouthed at the signs, the images shifting between emergency broadcast and please await instructions. After a few seconds, the message changed, and a voice accompanied it. A single phrase, spoken from every speaker and every sentry drone in the city, on repeat.
Please proceed calmly to your nearest evacuation facility. Please proceed calmly to your nearest evacuation facility. Please proceed calmly to your nearest evacuation facility. Please proceed calmly to your nearest evacuation facility.
Chapter 2. Denial. Surely this was a mistake. Perhaps the city AI was malfunctioning. Maybe a solar flare messing with the electronics. In either case, he couldn't just spin on his heels and leave the city. Who'd help his mum? The city erupted into movement. Luke, now driven by adrenaline, began fast walking, then jogging, then running towards home. The frantic movements of the people of the city erupted into chaos as people began getting their wits about them and start running to evacuate. People grabbing what they can carry and following the city's guidance to the evac stations. Cars began speeding and ignoring traffic signs to get out faster. What was happening? Was there a major incident? Maybe the city AI was going rampant. Maybe there was an impending natural disaster or the city's power station was about to go critical. Maybe the insurrectionists were staging a hostile takeover. Or maybe the Covenant had finally arrived. Whatever was happening, the superintendent wasn't being forthcoming about it beyond telling people to head for evac. Thinking of all the possible reasons for this wasn't helping pass the time or distance to home, so instead he started formulating an impromptu plan to get him and his mum out of the city safely. Get home, tell mum what's happening, grab mum's medication, grab a couple of days of clothes, ID, my credit chip is in my back pocket, maybe grab some food out of the cupboards and a few bottles of water, shove it all in a backpack, get mum's chair set up outside, get her in it, she can hold the bag, then we move to the evac station. Home, tell mum, medication, clothes, ID, credit chip, food, water, backpack, chair, mum, evac. He kept repeating it in his head as he ran city block after city block, dodging crowds of people, errant cars, and the general vitriol of chaos that had erupted. Luke stopped briefly at a street corner to catch his breath, and took a moment to take in what he was seeing. People were running in seemingly every direction. Many, like him, were probably running to get loved ones and essentials from home. Some were looting, kicking through shop windows and stuffing all in sundry of goods into their coats before fleeing. Others just aimlessly wandering trying to find lost loved ones in the crowds. Some unfortunate souls had fallen in the chaos and had been trampled to death by the crowds. Luke refocused, took a few deep breaths and ready to run again. Just as he was about to take off, a huge flash strobed through the city, bathing everything in harsh white light and casting long, deep shadows. A wave of heat smashed into the side of his face, and Luke blinked rapidly to clear his vision and turned to the source of light. A large explosion outside of the city blossomed into the sky. Moments later, a wall of condensation and dust rushed up the avenues of the city, and Luke was thrown back several feet by the shockwave of the explosion. A sudden crash, followed by a deep, long rumble, deafened him. All he could hear was the muffled sounds of panic and a high-pitched whistling. The explosion must have been one of the city's reactors. Maybe it wasn't the Covenant after all. Maybe now it's actually blown, the emergency services can respond to it, and we won't have to evacuate. Everything went black. Luke awoke coughing, dust had settled onto his face, and his eyes stang and watered. His hearing had partially returned, and he cleared what grime he could from his face with his sleeve. He looked around to find the streets now mostly empty. They were littered with abandoned cars, debris, clothes, looted goods, litter, broken glass, and chunks of polycrete. His head throbbed. He reached a hand to the top of his head to find his hair was matted with congealed blood and dust. A still tender laceration on his scalp, and a notable welt on his head suggested to an object hitting him over the head and knocking him unconscious. As he looked around himself, he noticed a chunk of polycrete the size of his head resting on the floor 3 feet from where he woke up. This may have been the perpetrator of his head wound. He checked his wristwatch, but it was broken. He was unsure how long he'd been unconscious, but he knew he had been. Then, like a wave, he remembered. Home, tell mum, medication, ID, credit chip, clothes, food, water, chair, mum, evac. Luke rolled quickly to his feet. Something hurt in his chest, but he ignored it and got his bearings once more before setting off again in a stagger towards home. After a block or two, he came across several vehicles that had been involved in a pile-up, including a bus, likely as a consequence of erratic driving, trying to flee the city. The vehicle's twisted mass of metal, plastic, and glass made for an impassable obstacle on the path ahead. He backtracked half a block to an alleyway and quickly made his way down its length, splitting off to a conjoining alley that would hopefully lead him back to the streets, the other side of the pile-up. He neared the end of the alley and rounded the corner back onto the avenue. With a quick jog across the street to the other side, he reached an intersection that, to his right, showed the other side of the multi-vehicle pile-up. He nodded to himself and rounded the intersection to continue on his route home when he was suddenly frozen to the spot by the sight that greeted him. A wide, purple, tuning fork-looking craft hovered above the ground, and a large group of Covenant troops hopped out of folding doors on the sides of the forks. There were avian-looking creatures with large circular energy shields, shackles as they'd been named by humanity, a dozen grunts, shorter, stockier aliens carrying large tanks on their backs, and a few tall, ornately armoured aliens with long necks and digitigrade legs, elites. They all carried chrome weapons pulsing with plasma energy. One of the elites spotted him and barked something to the others. All of the aliens' attentions now turned to Luke's presence. He willed himself to turn and run, but fear had collected in his chest, pooled in his legs, and set to concrete. He waited for the inevitable volley of plasma fire that would surely be the end of him, when a crescendo of explosive booms echoed from above. The aliens tore their attentions from Luke to the source of the sound. Luke craned his neck to see as several matte black pods, still dimly glowing on their bottom surfaces, smashed into the asphalt of the intersection. No sooner had they impacted had the doors of the pods exploded off, and a team of ODSTs dived into action, firing their weapons into the horde of aliens before they really had time to react. The fork-shaped craft lifted higher into the air, its own tail-mounted plasma weapon turning to the new arrivals. Before a retaliatory strike could come, another group of drop pods smashed into the upper surface of the ship, crippling it and forcing it back to the ground from the force of the impact. The pods deployed, and the ODSTs within emerged from the wreckage to attack the aliens from behind as well. Luke's fight and flight instinct finally responded, and he began running towards cover behind a large dumpster. The ODSTs at the intersection moved in a tight formation up the avenue, taking out targets as they went. A sticky, glowing orb of cyan light slapped onto the ground near Luke. One of the ODSTs shouted,
Move! Get out of there!
Luke got up and ran in no particular direction. The orb detonated and threw him to the ground. He lay there for a moment, mentally checking his body for any broken bones or visceral injuries, but was interrupted by a firm hand grabbing the back of his shirt and pulling him to his feet.
You good?
The ODST asked from behind his mirrored visor. The ODST had red markings on his armor, which Luke recalled meant he was in charge. He had evidently been quiet for too long, obviously distracted by his armor, as the ODST dropped his head to meet Luke's gaze and asked again,
Are you okay?
Luke nodded and shook his head at the same time. but the ODST didn't seem to notice as he directed his team.
Jay, got a couple of grunts in cover on the left. Hamish, Kyra, we got civilians holed up in that building. Bust the door in and get them out there and head in for evac. Mitch, get over here.
They followed the orders, and another ODST with a medic's patch jogged over.
Check him,
he ordered, letting go of Luke's collar. The medic quickly checked the top of his head, checked his eyes and a few scuffs and cuts Luke had obtained from sources unknown.
He's okay, mostly superficial.
The medic, Mitch, Luke recalled, turned back to him.
You'll need some stitches on your head when you get the chance, but it's okay for now.
He slapped him on the shoulder and returned to covering the other ODSTs. A group of civilians had been brought onto the street and were being guided to follow signs for evac. Luke turned his attention back to the ODST in front of him as he gripped the cloth of his sleeve near the shoulder. The name Marcos was stenciled into the top of his chest plate.
We gotta get you to evac.
Luke shook his head.
I can't. My mom, she's back at home. She needs my help to get around.
Marcos looked around himself, scanning the area for threats.
Okay, where is she?
Luke tried to get his bearings.
That way. Down there, maybe 3 blocks.
Marcos keyed his helmet comms.
Hey Van Collar, what's it looking like on grid Oscar 37?
A muffled response that Luke couldn't hear replied.
Okay.
Marcos removed his helmet and then fixed Luke with a strong stare that he knew instinctively that he could trust.
That area is clear at the moment. Our platoon has just swept through, so you should be clear for now. I can't promise it's going to stay that way. Get in, get her, and then get out of here. Covenant are all over this city, and successful evacs are rapidly becoming less likely. Get going.
Marcos gave Luke a nod and replaced his helmet. Luke took the ODST's advice and began running. He looked back and saw the ODSTs pulling together again and moving off down one of the streets. Marcos gave Luke another nod from a distance and followed his team. For UNSC, Luke thought to himself. They seemed like decent men, and he hoped that they, at least, managed to make it out of here alive, though he doubted it. After a few more blocks of running, Luke arrived at the street across from his apartment building. The outside was a little damaged from debris, and there were a few broken windows, but from what he could see, the place was intact, so Mum was likely just inside, waiting for him. He was about to cross the street to get inside when a streak of smoke and fire lanced from the top of his apartment building and smashed into the side of an oddly organic-looking ship as it passed above. The explosion damaged the hull of the vessel as it banked hard and came to an eerily stable hover. 3 large plasma weapons deployed from its underside and tracked around to the top of the building before firing bolts of orange-red plasma that began melting the polycrete and metal structure of the building. Luke watched on in concern, hoping the building didn't melt entirely as the alien vessel strayed to above the street. He kept low and watched the ship come to an eerily stable hover again, its large plasma weapons on its underside scanning the area for hostiles to fire upon. A bright light suddenly emerged from its undercarriage and 2 large creatures appeared from an aperture in its belly. The 2 behemoth creatures hit the floor with a notable thump, their cobalt armor plate shifting over orange, rippling flesh, spines several feet long on their backs splaying and relaxing as they stood up from the impact. The ship held position for a moment, pivoted, and sped away, leaving the huge creatures behind. They turned and walked a little further from the apartment building towards Luke's location. He stayed still and low and watched. The creatures carried a huge shield on one arm and a massive green glowing cannon on the other. One of the creatures had a deep, long gouge out of its shield. They came to a stop 20 feet away and turned back towards the apartment building, as if sensing something. Luke looked back to the building to try to determine what, and then saw movement inside one of the neighbors' apartments. There was a muzzle flash, met with the sound of shattering glass, and one of the creatures took a staggering step backwards, turning slightly from whatever impacted it. An obvious dent from a large caliber weapon now adorned the creature's chestplate, bright silver at the center with scratches and sooting surrounding it. The creatures bellowed in response as a second round sang out across the street. The creatures turtled in their armor, lifting their shields into defensive positions and presenting smaller targets, and concealing their orange flesh from the attack, save for the exposed lower backs that Luke could see from his position behind them. The creatures lifted their massive assault cannons, which charged rapidly, and then fired streams of plasma at the apartment building, causing the front to melt, glass to shatter, and metal superstructure to warp. In almost slow motion, the building buckled at its midline and dropped 4 meters. The sides of the building folded inward like an origami figure, and in the following seconds, he watched the windows of what was his and his mother's apartment disappear into the fragmenting middle section and billowing dust of the building as it gave way under its own weight. The massive creatures stopped firing their cannons as the building settled and came to a rest, half the height it once was and leaning precariously over the street. Luke couldn't control the grief-strangled sound that left his lips a moment later, which prompted the massive creatures to turn to the source of the sound. They fixed him with steady glares from glowing green eyes. They took a single step in his direction and his legs took over. Before he was even fully aware, he was running down the street and darting into a wide alleyway between buildings. He ran on legs he could barely feel, around a corner, down a tighter alley, left and then right before finding a dark corner, hidden in the shadow, next to an inoperable air conditioning unit. He slid his back down the wall and slumped to the ground before hanging his head and crying. He couldn't think clearly. He just kept picturing his mum, alone in the apartment, waiting for him to come home, and the next minute the building collapsing in on her from all sides. A few hours ago he was leaving work thinking about the things he needed to do when he got home and getting irritated by the mundane aspects of existence, and now everything he knew was changing. His home was gone. The only person who gave a damn about him, the person who brought him into the world and raised him, was gone. And he couldn't even be there to hold her hand while she died. She died alone, scared, consumed by the very building that she called home. And in all this chaos, he craved to go back to this morning, when he was getting dressed and walking to work, grabbing his morning coffee and complaining about bills and the weather to the guy behind the counter. The tears fell heavy from his cheeks, but was interrupted by a sound in the alley with him. Luke wiped his tears free, blinked his vision clear again, and wiped his nose on his sleeve, and then listened. There was something moving further down the alley. Perhaps there were other survivors hiding here too, but he couldn't see through the darkness. Further down, the darkness was being broken by an eerie green glow. Those creatures must have followed him. Could they smell him? Hear him crying in the darkness? Could they taste him on the air or sense his heat? He had no way of knowing, but they were most definitely here. He swallowed the lump in his throat, locked it away, and continued to watch and listen. The green glow grew brighter and began penetrating the darker corners, revealing a group of civilians huddled together, 6 or 7 of them trembling with fear. The hulking aliens stepped into view in the alley. One let out a noise that Luke felt in his chest more than he heard. The other's arm-mounted cannon glowed brighter, before firing a single bolt at nearly point-blank range that, for an instant, outlined the huddled survivors in a bright flash. Luke slid deeper into the corner, hoping the creatures didn't notice him. The shadow was suddenly broken by a strobing red light. Luke looked to its source, an emergency light on the wall that drew his attention to another, and then to a flickering light above a door, the only lit locations in this alley. He knew if he stayed where he was, with the lights on now, the creatures would definitely find him, so he had to get away from them. Staying low, he quietly moved across the alley to the door, quietly opened it, looking back down the alley to see the 2 creatures with their spike-punctuated backs turned to him. He slipped inside and closed the door behind him. The instant the door closed, the lights in the alley snapped off, dropping it back into darkness at the instant the 2 creatures turned to look. They stood a moment, before ambling off in the opposite direction. Inside, Luke found himself in a dark so deep he couldn't even see his hand in front of his face. Emergency lighting flickered on inside, a small, glowing red line on the floor that traced a path through the darkness. He followed it carefully, through the darkness, picking his way over debris, garbage, chairs, and other people's worldly goods that now littered the hallway. The light led him to a lobby where a single television screen flickered to life. The emergency broadcast message had appeared on the screen before the image flickered off, replacing it with the visage of an ancient Greek figure, dressed in a robe that hung loosely over one shoulder, leaving half of a well-muscled chest and one arm bare, holding a bident spear. The ghostly image had noble, angular features with long locks of hair and a full beard. The robe was secured over the shoulder with a gilded brooch, and the figure wore modest sandals.
Mr. Hunt, I am the Superintendent Class AI of the city of New Pylos. The Covenant have invaded the planet. We need to get you to your evacuation station immediately.
My mother, she...
I am sorry about that. I can confirm she did not suffer.
What? How did you... How do you know that? You can't know that!
I'm not entirely certain you want to hear the details, but the structural collapse of the building caused a shear stress in a primary support column. With stresses that high, materials tend to yield in devastating ways. She wouldn't have suffered.
Luke was stunned into silence. A million thoughts raced through his head. Countless graphic images of what may or may not have happened to his mum. He felt like he wanted to know the specifics, but also knew that it wouldn't help the grief that was quickly overwhelming his senses. This rapidly gave way to a growing ache in his chest, and a lump returning to his throat.
Please, I understand what you're going through, but we must get you to your evacuation station. People need your help.
How could you understand? You're an AI. You don't have feelings. You're not human.
I may not have feelings, but I can comprehend the emotional toll such feelings of loss, grief, and shock can have on a human psyche. And I may not be human, but neither are the Covenant, and I do not see them trying to help you escape this city.
Luke was taken aback by the stern, unfiltered harshness of the reply. It seemed almost angry, which made him regret the tone he had taken with them. But it's an AI. AIs don't have feelings. Do they?
You picked a hell of a time to give a shit. For years, people have been struggling. I have been struggling to survive, to live by our means, and only now, that the Covenant arrive, do you suddenly develop compassion for humans?
My purpose is the stewardship of this city and its residents.
It's not your purpose, it's your job. And you've treated it like one all these years. Now, only now, that your own life is at risk, do you reach out to help? What's in it for you? You stay silent for decades, watching, scrutinizing, chastising, fining, and policing us, pressing us until all that most of us want is to escape. But the system is rigged to keep us stuck here, and now your little castle is breached. You offer me a way out. To what? For what? A planet that's being blasted? Or do you just want to ensure as many of us get off world so we can settle another city on another colony and get imprisoned by the same system all over again?
You are angry. This is normal given the circumstances. But I am not your enemy. I am not your captor. My primary directive in times such as these is to preserve human life to the best of my ability. But in this, I cannot and will not be wholly successful. However, you possess the means to provide help, and people need your help.
People need my help. What do you mean, people need my help?
A great many more people will die in this city if you do not get to your evacuation station.
People will die no matter where I am. How does me leaving change anything?
There is no time to explain. You must help, or you and countless others will die here. If you would rather that, please let me know so I may inform them.
Inform them? Are you threatening me? You trying to guilt trip me?
Absolutely not. Simply articulating the facts.
Luke stood in silence for a few moments in utter disbelief of the gall of this AI.
My mother!
Lucy P. Hunt, born March 25th, 2469 to Howard and Ann Hunt, raised in New Pahala, graduated New Pahala College in 2487, trained as a medical nurse, served 13 years at New Pylos General before having a single child, Luke, at 31, transferred to Lesso Medical Center to be closer to son's schooling, served 22 years, rising to chief nursing officer before falling ill with a genetic neurodegenerative condition, treatments mildly successful at abating disease progression and maintaining comfortable, if limited, quality of life. Son, Luke Hunt, moved in to assist in caring and financial needs. Lucy frequently confided in friends and former colleagues on her concerns at the burden the son had placed on himself, wanted more for him to succeed, to leave, to do better than her condition would allow, but ultimately grateful her son was so caring and dedicated to her.
Luke couldn't hold it together and broke down into remorseful tears. The AI remained silent for a while before continuing.
As a superintendent class AI, I have access to a wealth of data points that allow me to extrapolate events to high fidelity. I also, where possible, have means to exact influence. I take a great interest in the lives of my city's inhabitants. One of the more impressive was Lucy, your mother. She worked so very hard and did so much to ensure a good life for herself and her child. She gave decades of her life to the health and care of others, and when she fell ill, the system failed her when she needed it the most. I'm afraid even those systems I do not have the reach to influence, but where possible, I aided.
Luke's tears subsided and was replaced by a feeling of hollowness.
As I have said, in times such as these, my primary directive is to preserve human life. I cannot do this efficiently without your help. I understand this is a lot to hear, but she wanted better for you. She lived her life, hoping you'd succeed. I believe I have the means to begin you on that path, but you must be willing to aid, as she once was.
Why?
Luke asked. It took a while for the AI to respond.
My programming harbors an intrinsic connection to the denizens of my domain. For most, this is a very general protocol, but for reasons I cannot currently explain, she encompasses a connection much more specific in its form and identity, and by extension, so do you.
Luke picked himself back up off of the floor and pulled himself together. He nodded to himself silently as he pored over his thoughts. There'd be more questions for this AI in the coming hours, assuming he lived long enough to ask them. But for now, if nothing more than to honor his mother's passing, he finally spoke.
Okay. Where are we going?
Chapter 3. Anger. For the past 30 minutes he had followed the directions given to him by the superintendent AI. A sequence of lights, car alarms, signs changing, road directions and signalling that picked a path through the occupied city of New Pylos. He was being guided back to the orbital space elevator, his place of work. Along the way he had been encouraged into alleyways to avoid patrolling Covenant units, to hold at certain locations to allow Covenant dropships to cruise by without noticing him, and he was finally back at the gates of the space dock. Beyond, the dock was in a sorry state. Containers had toppled over, shedding their contents all over the port. Closer to the elevator itself there was a group of Marines and an assembly of a few hundred civilian survivors. Some looked disheveled but otherwise okay. Some were limping, others with superficial cuts and grazes, and a few with more severe injuries. In a corner, away from the larger group, there were a dozen or so people in an assortment of jackets, tarps, and blankets, pulled up over their heads. Unfortunate victims that just didn't make it. Nearby, a few survivors grieved. Luke approached the Marines, who saw him approaching and ordered,
"Sir, please join the others. We're arranging evac, but we need to keep you clear of the city."
What's the holdup? Why aren't people evacuating?
Luke asked. Another Marine bearing the 3 chevrons of a sergeant approached.
Containers collapsed and blocked access to the elevator. We've tried to find a way around, but there are a few more pinning the elevator cabin from above. No one is getting off-world via the space tether. We're arranging Pelicans, but there's heavy combat in low orbit. Now please, join the others.
Luke was about to go and join them when he noticed an emergency light turning on and off periodically near the entrance to the staff building. Having been following instructions presented to him in its myriad forms by the superintendent, he had grown more sensitive to small indications such as this.
Is that what you meant?
Luke quietly spoke to himself, focusing on the light. The Marine reached out to grab his arm and guide him to the others, but Luke shrugged it off and began walking to the staff building.
Sir, I need you to join the others.
The Marine paced up and grabbed his arm, stopping him in his tracks.
Sir, please, stand with the others.
No, I can help. The superintendent, the AI, had brought me here for this.
What?
I work...
He looked around the dock, examining its state and realizing it would likely never function again.
Worked. Here. I was a heavy goods loader. But I think I can help.
The Marine released his arm and scrutinized him for a second.
If you have a way to clear that elevator and get us all the hell out of here.
Structure circling the city, reporting heavy inbound. Too many to engage. Things are about to get hot.
The Marine looked to Luke, eyes focused, and nodded.
Go.
Luke returned the nod, turned and ran to the staff building. He stumbled over chairs, overturned water coolers and office equipment as he quickly made his way to the security door. The door released as he approached, and he clocked the automated camera above the door tracking him as he entered. He ran down the corridors and quickly made his way to the locker room. He stripped and began putting on his interface suit. As he pulled his arms into the suit and zipped it up at the front, he felt the neural terminals pulling and becoming magnetically coupled with coinciding terminal interfaces on the inner surface of the suit. He adjusted himself so he was comfortable and ran out of the warehouse, over to the far corner, to a line of several 3-meter square metal storage units. He ran up to one marked HEL07 and quickly punched in a security code. The doors unlocked and mechanically opened. Inside, the hulking form of a grunting exoskeleton loader emerged on a mechanical bed, its rear back armor hissing open and rising clear. The waist armor hinged open and the tops of the back of the thighs dropped several inches. A simple stepladder rose from the bed, and Luke quickly climbed in, lifting his left leg into the back of the exoskeleton, feeding it down inside the left leg of the suit. He grabbed 2 discrete handles on the edges of the chest armor and pulled himself into the suit, sliding his right leg down into place, feeding his arms into location and getting himself seated. The interface port on his chest connected with a receiver inside of the chest of the exoskeleton, and the suit came to life. The thigh armor lifted back into place, the waist armor swinging closed and the back unit dropping and finally sealing the exoskeleton. Inside the helmet, the visor sparked to life, performing a quick boot and scanning Luke's retina before giving him full control. The bed rotated the exoskeleton 180 degrees and released him. He stepped clear of the storage unit and felt the familiar heft of his suit responding to his neural commands. He simply had to move his body and the suit would detect the impulses through his neural terminals and mirror his movements with added power. He walked towards the warehouse shutters and punched the door lift button. The shutter rose, and the floodlights from the dock washed over him as he maneuvered the hulking 2-meter tall powered exoskeleton out into the dock. The civilians nearby stared on as he moved past them, the orange warning light on his back strobing across their stunned faces. Several Marines who were trying to move smaller crates clear of the elevator saw him coming and stopped what they were doing.
Get everyone back a good few meters.
Luke spoke over his suit's loud speakers.
You heard him! Back them up!
The Marines nodded a response and immediately set to the task of clearing people away.
Everyone,
Okay,
back up.
Can we please take a few steps away?
Step back. Keep clear.
I suggest you move.
Back up.
Luke felt a pang of pride for a fleeting moment. This must be what those kids were talking about. He focused on the task at hand and quickly analysed the pile of containers. His suit's HUD overlaying key information about mass and weight distribution of the containers as haphazardly as they were placed before identifying the first container to move. These suits weren't usually meant to move entire containers, but more so the large crates and heavy goods that may be contained within them. But if ever there was a time to test the limits of these suits, it was now. Luke moved to the foot of the first container, one propped up against the others at a nearly 40-degree angle. The Marines had popped the doors and emptied about half of its contents, the remaining goods still strapped in place. A whining howl echoed out over the area from a space between the buildings of the city, announcing the arrival of alien flyers. These crafts flew on stubby wings with glowing pods on the tips, and cut the air in such a way as to cause an eerie howl, like the wailing of a grieving female spirit. Luke recalled from a Waypoint article that the Marines called these things banshees, an apt name now that he had heard them himself. The banshees circled the area and lined up for a pass. Panic erupted among the civilians, trying to find cover as the twin plasma cannons on the banshee's nose began firing bolt after bolt of blue-white plasma into the area. The plasma cut through the panicking horde of people, carving two bloody lines through the mass of bodies. The Marines fired their weapons at the craft as they passed. One of the stubby wings on one of the flyers began trailing smoke and lost thrust in that wing, causing it to fall in an uncontrolled roll, losing altitude and crashing into a building on the edge of the city. The other circled the space tether, disappearing behind it. Many people were now seeking cover in the shadow of stacked containers, but many more were still caught out in the open. Luke watched the Banshee line up for another run. He scanned the area. Dozens of bodies now lay where they fell. Several more were writhing in pain from burns and shots to their extremities which had amputated limbs. A woman was trying desperately to drag her partner to cover. He had severe burns down one side and was missing his lower leg. She wouldn't get him to cover before the Banshee cut through them again. Without thinking, Luke pushed against the exoskeleton's inertia, and it jumped to life, mirroring his motions. The thunderous suit strode across the distance as the Banshee's cannons fired. Luke heard the rounds impacting the asphalt behind him as he turned his back to the shots and loomed over the pair, protecting them with the suit's thick armor plating. 2 shots struck him from behind with enough force to push him forward. He stopped himself with a single armored hand braced against the floor. The temperature inside the suit climbed suddenly to almost intolerably hot. He felt sweat bead on his forehead as the suit's cooling systems tried to compensate. A loud whoosh sounded out as a Marine who had hefted a shoulder-fired rocket launcher from a knelt position had tracked the Banshee and fired a rocket which smashed into its side as it passed. The Banshee turned into a mass of twisted purple metal, blue plasma, and orange flame as it spiraled into the adjacent car park. The couple on the ground looked to him and nodded a thank you. Luke didn't know how to respond, realizing only after the fact that he wasn't even sure the suit could take the shots. He had just laid his life on the line for total strangers and he didn't know why or how to process it. He didn't reply and simply stood up and turned. The floor behind him was still smoking from several glassy smooth pockmarks in the asphalt and a small puddle of bright silver immediately between his feet. The shots he had taken in the back had melted out 2 craters in the thick armor plating of his back that then ran off and re-solidified on the cool ground. The suit's temperature returned to normal and the HUD showed no major faults. In something approaching bewilderment to his actions, he moved back to the containers. He threaded the armoured fingers of the suit through one of the containers, coupling hardpoints, and then leant backwards, driving his feet through bent knees into the ground. The container groaned in protest before shifting a few inches. Luke adjusted his stance and tried again, engaging his core and lifting its weight. The container shifted again, and its inertia relented. He took 3 steps backward before its mass slipped and pushed him back several steps that he wasn't prepared for. He quickly shifted and slowed its slide to a standstill. He started breathing again before re-engaging and dragging the container off the one it was propped up on. It slid clear and dropped to the floor, making an almighty crash. He then continued walking backward, dragging its mass away by several meters. He returned to the stack and continued grabbing and hefting the containers, gradually clearing the area. The physical process was oddly cathartic, allowing him to push aside his 3rd brush with death today. After 20 minutes he had cleared a way to the elevator doors. The last problem was the container pinning the elevator to the deck, pivoted from its fall from a larger stack of containers next to the elevator itself. He walked around the stack of containers it was rested on. Perhaps a simple collapse could free the elevator. Luke walked the length of the bottom container, sizing it up. Using the armoured forearms of the fronting, he struck the container several times along its length, leaving deep dents along its outer wall. He then moved to the back corner and struck it. This was the main weight-bearing part of the container, a large box-section steel strut. He struck it again. Gradually, strike after strike, he deformed the strut. The vibrations of the impact caused the containers above to creak as the load shifted. He moved to the front corner.
Everybody keep your heads down.
He stood partially clear himself and then back-armed the strut. The containers creaked and wobbled. He struck it again and the stack let out a loud groan of stressed metal. Luke braced himself one last time and struck it again with everything he could muster. The corner buckled and he turned and jogged the loader clear, something he'd never thought to do in the suit before. The suit responded flawlessly as the sound of tumbling containers and failing support screamed out behind him. A plume of dust and debris billowed out from the area as he came to a stop a few meters from the civilian, who themselves were rushing backward, likely to keep clear of him. He turned back to face the elevator and turned on the suit's helmet lights. They cut through the dust, beams of white against a deepening dark. As the dust settled, it revealed the containers had fallen clear. The crowd of civilians erupted into elation and cheers as the Marines rapidly ushered them forward onto the elevator. The first elevator pod reached capacity and the doors sheathed closed and began slowly rising on the tether, accelerating as it rose clear of the superstructure and rapidly rising into the low-hanging clouds as the next pod, fed from below, rose into position. The elevator pods were generous in their size, so Luke was confident it would only take one or two more to completely evacuate everyone here. The Marine who initially greeted him came over and looked up at this towering form.
Man, am I glad you know how to use that thing. Thanks for helping clear the containers.
No problem. I think you have the Superintendent AI to thank for me being here.
Luke meekly admitted.
Well, had to do something right eventually, eh?
Yeah, so it seems. Hey, I didn't catch your name.
Sergeant Campbell, at your service. And you?
Hunt. Luke Hunt.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Hunt. Go get out of that thing and meet us back here as quick as you can, and we'll finally all be out of here.
Luke nodded a thanks and began moving towards the warehouse.
Covenant bandits, on approach!
A voice called out from across the dock. Luke looked to the skies to see several of the fork-shaped alien craft weaving through the city heading directly for the dock. He engaged his HUD and quickly navigated to the emergency eject and primed it. The back of the suit folded open with a mechanical hiss. He leaned backward, pulling his arms free of the suit as the crafts came to a hover above the dock and began slowly lowering.
Above us! Covey ship dropping through the atmosphere.
Luke craned his neck, following many of the Marines' line of sight before his eyes settled on a constellation of cyan and purple lights glowing angrily through the clouds next to the space tether. As another elevator pod rose past it, several sonic booms echoed out across the area. The immense three-bulbed ship dropped through the clouds, its fin-like protrusions at its nose breaking the cloud cover first like the fins of a massive shark. Its edges glowed red as energy coalesced and it fired a beam of plasma energy directly into the tether. It rippled in reply to the strike and severed at the point of impact, the upper section rapidly rising and moving away due east, shedding its retaining rings, now free-falling and splintering. The upper superstructure taking severe damage and raining debris that in a few moments would fall upon all four of the space tether's cardinal docking bays, this one included.
Hey! Get out of that thing and get to cover!
Sergeant Campbell shouted over the noise and chaos.
You need to get...
A massive piece of the tether's retaining ring fell directly where Sergeant Campbell stood. He simply disappeared. The moment stunned Luke before more falling debris got his attention back. It just wasn't safe enough to be unprotected. Luke threaded his arms back into the suit and re-engaged it. The suit closed around him and he felt the familiar press of its heavy armor plating, hugging him from all sides. Debris began raining down around him as he noticed that some of it were bodies. The bodies of the last civilians on the elevator pod that rose mere moments ago. He broke into a jog to try to get clear. Between the noise of the falling debris and the groans of the superstructure above him, he could hear occasional screams, first distant, and then rapidly growing closer before silencing with a blood-curdling thump. He tried to ignore the horror of what he was hearing, focusing on getting to shelter under a major support column. A large section of polycrete smashed over his shoulders and crumbled to bits. The blow took a moment to recover from, but he was otherwise unhurt. He came to a stop and turned to face the docks again. The alien vessels were now hovering a few feet above the floor, and the doors on the arms of the forks folded down and dozens of aliens jumped out onto the asphalt. A few civilians who were moments ago waiting for the next elevator pod were now fleeing the debris and ran headlong into the aliens, who cut them down with a hail of brightly coloured plasma fire. He noticed a rifle on the ground nearby, likely dropped from one of the recently killed Marines. He took the opportunity while the aliens were distracted to step over and pick it up. He stepped back into cover and inspected the weapon. At this moment, a line of text appeared on his HUD, accompanied by a small holographic representation of the Superintendent AI. Some prompts flicked up onto his HUD, asking him to overwrite for the AI to interface with his suit systems. He granted it, and several prompts quickly popped up onto his HUD, instructing him to check the safety was off and to cycle the bolt. A loading bar quickly sparked to life, titled HUD BIOS. It filled, and then the entire HUD disappeared before rebooting. When it did, it was no longer the yellow simplified user interface he was accustomed to, but a cool blue overlay with much more features.
What did you just do?
I cracked the exoskeleton software suite and unlocked its original HUD BIOS. Bear with me a moment while I optimize the software and program a few new features.
The superintendent paused.
Completed.
A few new features winked on, including a targeting reticle, a small holographic representation of the rifle he was holding.
Activate the rifle's electronic suite.
Luke looked at the side of the rifle and noticed a small on button and clicked it on. The rifle's suite booted and showed a small display indicating its current ammunition capacity, cardinal direction, and a similar ammo tracker appeared underneath the holographic rifle overlay on his HUD.
We must get you out of here. I will resume directing you by the city signage. Look out for me.
Wait, do you have a name?
Luke interrupted.
Call me Hades.
At that, the AI withdrew from his systems. The fork-shaped alien ships rose clear of the dock as a group of 3 more civilians came stumbling towards him over the rubble and bodies that now carpeted the dock. They saw him and quickened their pace, gathering behind him. The aliens noticed the still strobing orange light on his back and began fanning out, their weapons pointed in his direction. Perhaps the formidable-looking exoskeleton was intimidating to the aliens. Luke raised the weapon and noted the targeting reticle moving across his HUD. For a few brief moments, everyone held their breath and stayed their trigger fingers. An eerie standoff that felt like it lasted an eternity before one of the aliens fired a bolt of green plasma in his direction. It splashed across the thick chest armor of his suit. He felt the temperature inside the suit climb a few degrees, and he fired a volley of 12 rounds into the alien, which resulted in a spray of bright blue blood, and the tank on its back cracking open and leaking a high-pressured cyan gas. In moments, the other aliens started firing. The civilians behind him stayed in his shadow, as he held his ground and fired back. In a few moments, the rifle clacked empty. Several of the aliens now lay dead, but 12 more continued to fire, closing their distance with him. One of them, holding a yellow opaque energy shield and holding a chrome claw-like weapon, strayed too close, and Luke stepped forward and brought the butt of the weapon down hard into its face. The blow broke its elongated snout, forcing it backwards into its skull and ejecting sharp teeth that pinged across the ground. The alien collapsed into a heap. Wielding the rifle like a club, he span and struck 2 others with a single swing that hit with enough force to send them tumbling backwards several feet. He dropped his rifle and reached down to the alien he had hit in the face, and, holding its slim arm just above the wrist, lifted the alien's energy shield with its limp body still hanging from it to block some of the incoming fire. Before scooping up the alien's pistol-sized weapon and holding it with its glowing tips facing away from him. There was no immediately obvious trigger, so he squeezed the grip and was pleased when it burped a bolt of green plasma. Mimicking the aliens, he kept in a partial crouch and wielded the plasma pistol through one of the cutouts on the edge of the energy shield and began squeezing in quick, pulsing grips. The plasma was wide and he quickly adjusted, bringing the shots to bear and cutting down several more of the aliens. The HUD didn't recognize this weapon, so he had no assistance in aiming this one. The returning fire was striking the other side of the energy shield and turning it from a cool blue to a vibrant orange, before shifting over into an angry red. A few more shots from the aliens and the shield collapsed. He dropped it and continued to fire a few more shots, killing the last few aliens, who are now turning to flee. Chapter 4. Bargaining. Luke took a moment to breathe and noticed he had taken more damage than he had thought. The metal greaves of his suit were warped and their surfaces bore a thick carbonized layer. One of his pauldrons had been partially melted smooth. The orange warning light on his back had been blasted off entirely, his right thigh plate had a deep gouge from its surface, and the entire suit was pockmarked from projectile impacts that had dulled the high-vis decals and hazard strips. Other than that, however, he was alive. That's when he noticed a tall alien with white armour and a crested helmet striding towards him. He turned to it and fired the plasma pistol at it, but the shot splashed over a silvery, scintillating energy barrier that covered its entire body. The alien lifted a large crimson weapon and fired a soccer ball-sized blob of energy directly at him. He couldn't move in time. The projectile impacted his chest, and before he knew what was happening, he was airborne and flying backwards. He struck a polycrete wall beneath the major support column where the 3 civilians were still hiding and passed straight through it. In a sea of shattered polycrete and dust, he continued gliding for a few more meters before smashing into the asphalt of the adjacent parking lot. The impact knocked the wind out of him, and he tensed against it, leaving him dazed. This caused him to squeeze the grip of the plasma pistol, which built up a growing charge of plasma at its tip. He noticed the increasing brightness of the weapon, and it began to shake in his hand, so he released the grip. A large, boiling bolt of green plasma lanced across the parking lot and struck a vehicle, instantly igniting it and turning its broadside into molten slag. He shook off the disorientation and looked to the hole he had just created in the wall to see the tall, white-armoured alien approach the civilians as they tried to climb through the hole to escape.
No, wait, please!
This elite-statured alien grabbed one of the civilians by the neck, its hand large enough to almost completely wrap around their head, and lifted them off the ground. The other 2 were barely visible, cowering in front of it just below the edge of the hole. The alien stood still, slightly cocking its multi-mandibled head to the side as if understanding him.
Please, they're civilians, they're unarmed.
He let the plasma pistol slip from his grasp and, sitting up.
Look, I'm unarmed. See, we're not soldiers. We don't want to fight. We don't have to fight. Whatever it is you want, you can have it. Just let them go. Let them go free. And you can have this planet. We'll leave. I don't understand. I can't understand you. I don't speak your language. What is it that you want? Tell me what you want and we'll get it for you. Just don't hurt them.
The alien stepped closer to the hole and spoke, this time, in deep, guttural English.
We want only one thing.
Tell me, what is it? What do you want?
The alien's mandibles splayed like an impossibly wide grin that Luke instinctively knew wasn't meant to be reassuring.
Your complete destruction.
At that, the alien squeezed the person it was holding, and even from this distance, he heard their necks snap. The 2 stood on the ground in front of it, screamed and tried clawing through the hole as the alien threw the limp body of its captive aside, and twin shards of blue energy coalesced from a chrome device it held in its right hand. It lifted the blades of the energy sword high into the air as Luke shouted.
No!
He rolled, grabbed the plasma pistol once more and squeezed the grip, which began collecting an ever-growing ball of green plasma at its tip. He turned back to the hole as the alien swung the sword, cutting both humans in half at the waist, and scoring a molten slash directly through the wall. Luke turned the glowing charge of the plasma pistol towards the alien and let the bolt go. A huge discharge of plasma impacted the edge of the hole and splashed across the alien, causing its shields to flare and pop out of existence. It stumbled backward out of view. He started breathing again, taking gasping breaths to recover. The smouldering plasma had heavily scorched the polycrete. At this moment, a large crash echoed across the area, and he looked up to see a large section of the superstructure of the elevator falling clear. It smashed over the top of the support column and both disintegrated under the impact. The superstructure groaned in response and began leaning towards the failure. Luke, still partially winded, rolled, stood, and began running across the parking lot, heading directly for the city streets again. Behind him, the ever-loudening crescendo of falling superstructure chased him all the way to the city. Large sections of debris showered him, striking the suit in several places. It must have hit something critical because the suit sounded some pressure alarms and he no longer had full control over his left arm. Rubble the size of houses smashed into the parking lot, pancaking cars beneath them. Ahead he saw several warning lights and traffic signals spark to life, showing him the best route away from the docks. He kept running, throwing himself through the security fence like it wasn't even there, as the sound behind him grew deafening. A constant staccato drum roll he felt in his chest as the space tether's superstructural foundations tore themselves apart. He cleared the encircling street and continued running a full city block away from the tether before the sound of chaos behind him finally abated. He came to a staggered stop as one of his right knee servos seized up, leaving him operating on just one. He performed a limping turn, his left arm hanging limp by his side, and looked back to the dock. Several streetlights nearby sparked to life, dimly lighting the area around him. Back towards the tether, nothing was visible through the dust, but one thing was certain. The space tether was no longer standing. The alien ship that had fired on the tether had now descended to a few hundred meters above the skyline of the city, its underside now accumulating an immense amount of energy and heat that evaporated the cloud cover surrounding it for a kilometre in every direction. Through the hole it had created he could see the clear night sky, occasionally punctuated with distant explosions high above the atmosphere. The ship was now emanating a horrible whine as it discharged a pillar of red-white energy from its belly that smashed into the city below it. The northern quadrant was falling. In the rising field of debris where the beam met the skyline, Luke could see smoke, fire, and buildings literally sagging, folding in on themselves and collapsing under the immense heat as the ship began slowly flying forward, dragging the all-consuming beam across the city floor, carving a scorched, molten wound upon the earth. Something could be said of the wealthy quadrant of the city being the first to be wiped out, but the motivations that would once have driven such remarks had been dulled by the horrors he had seen. Luke could do nothing but watch as the ship moved out of view. A string of code winked on its HUD, and the voice of the AI Hades spoke over his helmet speakers.
They have begun glassing the city. They will not stop until the entire city, and indeed the planet itself, is molten. It will soon no longer be possible to survive on the surface. You must make your way underground.
Luke, now almost passive and numb to the horror he was witnessing, coldly replied.
Okay, but it's gonna take a while. My suit's damaged.
Please stand by.
A flurry of code appeared on the HUD as Hades activated bypasses and redundancies, rerouted some of the failed components, and reiterated the suit's software system. Luke felt the seized knee servo relent, an action which came at a surprise enough to cause him to drop to a knee. He pivoted and brought his left knee down as well, now in a tall kneel, buffeted by the structural limits of his suit's armor plating. His left arm shuddered as a secondary system engaged and reactivated it. He flexed his hands and let them both come to rest on his lap before taking a deep breath and slowly releasing it, dropping his shoulders and letting his helmeted head rock forward until the armor of his chin nested behind the lip of his chest plate. Hades then began speaking once more.
I have gotten your suit partially functional once more. The damage is significant, but it will hold for now. Please, follow my directions so we can get you away from danger.
Why?
Luke flatly replied.
The city is being glassed. Nothing will survive this process. The only bastion for safety is underground.
No, I mean, why bother?
Hades remained quiet.
The tether's down. Evac stations are probably damaged, destroyed, overrun. Any ships leaving the city are getting shot down. We're not getting out of here.
Luke thought of all the things that had happened in the past few hours. He should have realised what was happening sooner, got his mum sooner. He should have been more careful, not waited to catch his breath, just kept going. Even if he'd been with her in the apartment when the massive aliens fired upon it, at least she wouldn't have been alone.
We're not getting out of here. What hope is left? What are the odds of getting out of here? What can I possibly do to stop what's happening?
Even if he couldn't have changed any of that, he should have immediately headed to his evac station.
We're not.
What if he hadn't have been so keen to clock out at the moment his shift ended?
Getting out of
Would
here.
he have been close enough to work to get off the planet before the containers collapsed and pinned the elevator pods? He should have picked up a weapon sooner, used it sooner. He should have helped the survivors escape first. A million thoughts filled his mind with so much noise he couldn't hear what Hades had said in response. His calls were muffled and distant in the haze of his spiraling thoughts.
We're not getting out of here. We're not getting out of here. We're not getting out of here. We're not getting out of here.
Luke?
The use of his first name caught his attention and brought him back to the moment.
Luke?
This voice wasn't Hades. but it was a voice he knew.
Luke? Nothing's happening. I don't know how long we got. So I need you to remember. Trust your gut. If something's wrong, it usually is. Listen to it. Never that you're wrong. Look out for the signs. They're pointing to who you're supposed to be. Never forget. Hope is never lost. As long as we can keep moving forward, there is always hope.
Luke shook his head, not truly believing the words his mother's voice just spoke to him.
That isn't her, is it?
Luke said as more of a statement.
It was. Her last words, in fact. It's still partially corrupted. She wasn't aware I could hear her, but I could. I heard, and I knew that at some point, you'd need to hear it too.
You still haven't told me why you helped her so much. Why you're helping me.
My primary directive at this time is the preservation of human life.
It doesn't answer my question.
I cannot say, but I may be able to show you.
Luke sighed deeply and almost defeatedly replied.
Okay. Show me.
Hades didn't reply. He withdrew from the suit systems and a shop window sign sparked to life next to him, displaying green arrows pointing further into the city. Luke noticed, looked back to the tether, nodded and stood, the grunting responding to him like a second skin. He turned, gazing at the deep, dominating shadow his suit cast onto the ground, lingering on it for a moment, before moving off down the street, following the signs Hades laid out for him. Chapter 5. Depression. After trekking halfway across the city, avoiding several patrolling Covenant ships and squads of aliens, he came to a sealed security gate that denoted one of the many connection points between the eastern and southern quadrants. The security gate beeped as if in response to his presence, and the multifaceted door sheathed away. The city beyond was a stark contrast again to the urban sprawl he was leaving. The southern quadrant, being the primary industrial zone of the city, was a maze of industrial complexes, smelting plants, refineries, and all manner of automated and manned production systems. While normally it would be a hive of activity, it was almost in perpetual darkness. A message popped up onto his HUD. Power grid inoperable. Please proceed with caution. Hades was still looking out for him. A waypoint winked into existence on his HUD, showing his destination was several hundred meters into the darkness. He activated his helmet lights that cut through the darkness but seemed to be devoured by the void several meters ahead. That's when it started snowing. At first just a few flakes, and then more, and before long it was falling thick onto the ground. The problem was, it wasn't cold enough for snow, and it wasn't melting once it hit the floor. He held out his armoured hand and allowed the flakes to land on his outstretched palm before rubbing his fingers together. The flakes didn't melt. They became streaks of grey. It was ash. Enormous clouds of ash fallout from the burning city was finally settling. Before long, everything was covered in a blanket of grey ash. He imagined the sheer quantity of it would make breathing extremely difficult. He was thankful the suit had air filters built into the helmet. He cautiously continued, feeling all the while he was being watched from just beyond where his light could reach. He hoped it was just paranoia. After several minutes of walking in the dark, a figure loomed ahead. Luke slowed to a near stop. As he drew closer, his lights revealed the body of a large ape-like alien pinned to an emergency blockade by a warthog, now ashen covered. He got alongside the part simian, part ursine beast and noted several gunshot wounds through its skull, with matching holes in the windshield of the warthog. The driver had evidently run the creature down pinning it in place and finishing it off with a few headshots for good measure. The driver was still sat in the driving seat, pinned to it in fact via 3 12-inch long metallic spikes through the chest and shoulder. A large, bayoneted handgun lay on the ground near the front wheel of the vehicle. He turned and continued walking a few steps when he came across a silent battleground. The roadway was littered with 24 Marines amongst twice as many Covenant. A battle between the two forces must have taken place, resulting in near total losses on both sides. The floor was slick with blood, both human and alien. The bodies were marked with projectile wounds, plasma scoring and carbonization. Whatever happened here must have been horrendous. It wasn't long before he found out what. A little further down the way, huddled in a defensible courtyard, ahead of a heat-warped and partially melted evacuation station, was a group of civilians of all ages. They had come here to evacuate the city, and something had fired upon the station, destroying the shuttle, which still lay atop the launch pad, a smouldering wreckage, and cutting off their only means of escape. The Marine presence then held back waves of Covenant infantry before finally falling, allowing the Covenant to massacre the entrapped civilians. They lay where they fell, gunned down with extreme prejudice, executed for the crime of existing. The ash, now falling, was gradually covering them, making their forms more ill-defined, as if the falling city itself was trying to subsume them, to give them the burial they deserved. It was almost beautiful. Almost. He stepped carefully into the courtyard and gazed upon as many of the faces as he could manage, before dropping his head in something approximating a bow and quietly leaving. He walked back to the centre of the street. The ash, now covering everything, had oddly lightened the howling dark of the industrial zone. The ash, being more reflective to light than asphalt, was reflecting what little light was being emitted from the raging fires across the city and his own helmet lights, and reflecting it dimly on every surface nearby, but in a muted, monochromatic tone, masking the city as if it was set in a film noir movie, or worse, a lifeless void, absent of any colour or indeed hope. Luke stared up to the sky, the same grey as the ground. It made it impossible to tell where the ground ended and the sky began, making everything feel closed in and yet impossibly far off in the distance. His gaze fell to the ground once more, where he spotted the silhouette of a handgun. He picked it up, checked its clip, safetied it and slid it between a gap in his abdominal and waist armour, before taking in the scene around him one more time. On his HUD, an object was highlighted with an attached label, Elite Helmet. He moved to the helmet and picked it up to examine it. A large entry and exit hole had taken off nearly the entire upper surface of the helmet. The inner surface of the helmet was stained with dried purple blood. Mildly disgusted, he went to place it down again, but a message popped up onto his HUD. Please bring this with you.
Okay.
He moved to one of the fallen Marines nearby and gently removed a hook and loop pouch from his webbing. He threaded the straps through the hole in the helmet and affixed it to a hard point on his waist armour. The damaged elite helmet now hung securely to his belt. He silently thanked the fallen Marine and stood before moving on. After walking down the colossal length of a smelting plant that took raw ores and refined them into industrial-scale bar stock, he noticed the sound of movement up ahead, and the telltale glow of plasma weapons bobbing up and down in the distant ash clouds. He cut his helmet lights and slowly backed into a particularly dark nook made by the shadow of an overhead monorail support. His hulking metal form blended into the darkness and disappeared from view as he watched the bobbing lights resolve into 3 elites, 2 in blue armour, 1 in red, accompanied by 2 jackals carrying elongated rifles, and a group of 6 grunts. They carefully moved through the streets, scanning for movement. One of the grunts ambling by stopped 3 meters shy of Luke's position, examined the darkness, seemingly looking directly at him, sniffed the air enthusiastically, and then moved on. The rest of the group moved by and disappeared into the void. He waited in place a few minutes to ensure no other forces were following them, and that the group had moved far enough away not to hear him. He breathed a sigh of relief, and moved back onto the street and continued on his way. He rounded a corner and came face to face with the tooth-filled maw of one of the ape-like aliens. It bellowed in his face, sending spittle spraying across the gap between them and speckling his visor. He reacted instinctively and punched it in the face with everything he had. The thing shrugged off the blow like it was nothing and grabbed him by the shoulders before hip-tossing him across the street. He slammed into the ground, sparks and ash kicking up as he slid to a stop. In moments, the beast was on top of him. Grabbing his chest armor at the collar, it dragged him to his feet in a single swift motion and punched him square in the chest. The blow sent him staggering backwards as the creature pursued him. Luke readied himself and threw a straight jab, leaning his weight into the blow, and hit it in the face, then chased it with a right hook to the ribs. It grunted in response to the strikes before throwing its own. Luke managed to block the swing and pin it to his own side before the creature punched him again with its offhand and retrieved a stubby-nosed and bladed revolver from its belt and aimed it at him point-blank range. Luke released the creature's pinned arm and attempted to slap the weapon aside. The creature fired and a massive slug tore a deep gouge into his pauldron in a near miss. The round caused him to recoil from the shot, but before the creature had time to correct its aim, he threw himself into the beast, and they both tumbled to the ground, knocking the weapon free. A scuffle broke out on the floor as the two wrestled for dominance. On the floor, weight advantages didn't mean a lot if he was flat on his back, so made the struggle more a battle of technique than size. Luke could handle himself, but was by no means a mixed martial arts expert, yet this thing seemed like it lived for combat. But it didn't mean he had to fight fair. In a brief moment Luke was on top, he headbutted the creature in the face and brought an armoured knee up into its groin, hoping they had similar enough physiology to humans that it had the desired effect. The blow seemed to anger the creature significantly, which seemed to indicate it worked. It rolled him over onto his back and pinned him to the ground, wrapping huge clawed hands around his neck and squeezing. The armour there was thinner, and he could feel the pressure of its grip tightening around his throat. If he didn't do something soon, this thing would choke him out and kill him while he was unconscious. Luke threw a vicious open hand strike to the face, raking the creature's wide-set eyes. It didn't seem overly bothered by this. He repositioned his legs and kneed the creature in the upper thigh and hips, the massive armor plates of his knee driving down through the creature's thick fur and hide and impacting its solid skeleton beneath. It winced in pain and shifted its wider stance to a narrow one, giving him the opening to quickly push himself up and over as the armor's mechanical systems screamed against the forces at play. He found himself on top once more and spread his legs wide, keeping leverage and preventing the creature from reversing the hold again. He rose his torso up with his shoulder blades and brought a headbutt down with all his weight and force, smashing the brim of his helmet into the creature's flattened nose. The blow busted its face open and it began bleeding deep red, nearly purple blood that pooled near its eyes and mouth. It growled and barked something he didn't understand before it tried to grab his left wrist and then tried for the right. But he slipped it and pressed his entire weight, nearly 1.5 tons, through his forearm onto its neck. The creature grimaced against the choke and released his left wrist to grab his right arm with both hands. Astonishingly, the thing started lifting his entire weight free from its neck. He wrapped his left hand around the back of the thing's neck and pulled with all his strength to close the gap again. The suit's movement systems groaned against the force and he headbutted it again, splattering its blood across his visor, the blow causing its strength to falter for a moment, allowing him to crush its throat once more, but it quickly recovered. Luke knew he didn't have much time. He released his grip from the back of its neck, quickly reached for the pistol concealed between his armor panels, pulled it free, clicked off the safety, gripping it awkwardly in his left hand, and shoved the barrel in the creature's mouth before squeezing off 3 rounds in quick succession. The creature flinched to the shots and fell limp. Luke slumped and rolled away onto its back, nearly exhausted from the struggle. He spent a few moments gathering his senses and breathing before rolling onto his hands and knees. He gave a sideways glance to the creature before standing and wiping much of the blood free from his visor. He safetied the pistol and slid it back between his armor plates. A warning strobed on his heads-up display. Low power. This powered exoskeleton was outdated, some might even say ancient, but it carried some more recent innovations like its integrated power cells. While this granted the suit the power it needed to operate without being tethered to a generator, unlike the older, unmodified units, it didn't mean this suit could function endlessly. The physical exertion of the battle with the big dumb ape had come at the cost of a lot of energy, and although this rig could function flawlessly as a heavy goods loader for an intensive 12-hour shift between charges, he'd been running and fighting and skulking around a city for hours now, a level of activity the suit just wouldn't normally operate at. To its credit, however, it had risen to the occasion and kept him alive. He wondered for a minute on the original intentions of the suit, and how much technology may have advanced in the nearly 2 centuries since the first Hunting Mark I platforms came off the production line. By a quick guess, he expected he probably had another hour at best of charge until the suit was out of juice. And since the only place that had the relevant charging station to get it running again was currently buried under hundreds of thousands of tons of polycrete and fallen space tether, once the power ran out, it was nothing but an oversized paperweight, and he'd be all the more vulnerable for it. He had to get moving to safety. The dark was suddenly broken by another Covenant ship arriving on the edge of the southern quadrant and began charging its energy beam. A few moments later, the area was bathed in harsh light as the beam struck the city and the ship began tracing its own line of destruction. He had to get off the streets before that ship got much closer. He started moving more rapidly than he had been, the way now being lit by the powerful plasma beam, occasionally plunging him back into darkness as the shadow of nearby buildings passed over him. The ambient heat started to climb as the ship's immense form moved ever closer, the waves of heat rippling through the air, blew clear the ash that had collected upon every surface he could see, and the heat, kissing his visor, began to escalate from an early morning sunrise to a noon desert blaze. He rounded a corner and found a recessed doorway, blocked by a large mechanical door. He moved towards it, expecting it to open. When it didn't, he remembered that the area was in blackout. The beam behind him had grown closer, and it roared like a titanic demon come to swallow him whole. 3 blocks away, buildings were sagging and collapsing, spontaneously catching on fire, and then beginning to be enveloped by the rippling white-hot beam. Sweat beaded on his forehead and dripped in his eyes. He punched the seam of the door, then again and again, until it deformed enough to slip his armoured fingers into the gap and pry the door open. His suit's cooling systems were now no longer keeping his temperature down, and he felt the heat stabbing at his back as he finally got the mechanical door wide enough to enter. He slipped through and ran down a 20-metre-long slope that came to a 2-tier staircase that dropped 20 feet down to a mezzanine below, and then a further 20 feet to the floor below. He awkwardly stepped down the first dozen narrow steps before striding 2 or 3 steps at a time using the railings to stabilise him that flexed under his weight. He cleared the first tier to the mezzanine, turning on it and looking back up the flight he had come down to see the harsh white light beaming in through the street-level door, its edges now glowing hot before warping and disappearing in a hail of debris and flame. Luke took a risk and threw himself over the railing, free-falling 20 feet and smashing into the metal grating flooring below. His boot struck the flooring and the metal warped, taking some of the impact. He rocked forward, absorbing the rest with his outstretched arms. The suit's massive knees and actuators helped to buffer the impact, but the weight and force of the impact was still bone-jarring. He felt a sharp pain in his foot that turned into an acute ache that lanced up his leg, and something popped in his right arm. It was quite possible he had just broken something, but there was no time to linger. The ceiling above him began sagging and the heat climbed further. He ran down a concrete corridor that continued on a steady slope deeper underground. The further he went, the cooler it became, and the more distant the sound of hell above him. He came to a large, concrete-reinforced room with heavy-duty lifts at the centre. Lights sparked alive as if detecting his presence, and he boarded the lift. The door closed as it began a steady descent deeper into the underworld of the city. 20 stories below the surface, the lift came to a stop. Luke disembarked and walked through the corridors ahead of him, following lights which winked on ahead. It led him through a labyrinthine area filled with computational systems and coolant pipes, before opening up into an immense cavernous space that was rapidly revealed to him as powerful overhead lights bloomed. He followed seemingly the only access way to the centre, where all of the coolant pipes and cables seemed to come together into an immense monolithic structure, twinkling with soft blue lights of activity. At the foot of the monolith was a large terminal. He approached it, and it sparked to life. A holotank activated, and a 3D avatar of Hades materialized.
What is this place?
This is my primary data processing center. This is where all major connections from the city feed into my core matrix. From here, I can control and orchestrate the entire city.
Luke looked around the cavernous space in quiet contemplation. Hades gestured to the helmet he still carried.
Please, if you set that down on that workstation.
Luke followed his instruction, removed the damaged helmet from his hip and placed it on the glassy surface. The surface came alive with code and graphical representations as Hades interfaced with its discrete internal electronics.
Why did you want this?
The Covenant can understand us, but we're not as far along at understanding them. I believe they carry translation systems that aid them and give them the strategic edge in engagements. If we can reverse engineer this technology, we'd be able to know a great deal more about their intentions on the battlefield. Yes, this was a worthy find indeed. It contains a full active translation suite and a partially operational BattleNet connection. It likely took some damage from the projectile.
Yeah, meaning?
I can develop a codex, a Rosetta Stone, if you will. If this is delivered to the UNSC, it will enable us to fully translate their languages, and with the implied BattleNet connections, we could even devise a means to infiltrate their networks to decode, interpolate, and even interfere with their troop deployment, chain of command, general coordination. I do not have the resources here to entirely solve the damaged BattleNet, but I can copy this to a device that you can take with you. There.
Hades flatly concluded. A small cigarette packet-sized device rose from a concealed compartment.
It has a magnetic coupler. You should be able to affix it to your thigh.
Luke took the device and placed it on his thigh, the magnetic coupler jumping across the gap and pulling it firmly in place. When he was sure it was secure, he looked to Hades, who now fixed him with a stern, pursed-lipped stare.
The glassing is spreading. The Covenant will not stop until the entire city is destroyed. We must evacuate you. There is a condor still operational in a hangar on the edge of the city. There is a tunnel network that leads to a subway line that will take you most of the way there. The final leg of the journey lets out at the bottom of the Throne of the Gods, the mountain north of the city. There is a UNSC base, codenamed Olympus, built into the side of it. The journey up should be a straight run. Get to the Condor and get off of this planet.
The journey was nearly completed. Luke looked towards the waypoint now winking on his display and felt something he was sure was impossible. Hope. But before he left, he needed answers.
You never did say why you're helping me, specifically.
My primary directive in times like these is the preservation of human life. But I owe it to your mother to ensure you get out of here.
Why? What do you mean you owe her? What connection do you have to her?
My connection, my governance, my protection of the denizens of my domain is part of my programming. With most, I experience this in very general terms, but with your mother, it is much more specific. I've been watching over her for a very long time. When she struggled with being a single parent, I arranged new parent groups in her area and sent her the relevant advertisements to give her a support network. When she fell short on rent, I adjusted and accounted for banking errors. When you were to start school, she was having to consider babysitting or tutors due to her distance from your schools. I performed some restructuring and opened up a position for her at her local health center. When her shifts conflicted with school times, I arranged support personnel to grant a window of opportunity. When she fell ill, I made requests to the UEG Center of Healthcare for enhanced care protocols under their own contractual benefits to employees. They provided conditional limited care that prevented her illness progressing.
Why didn't you tell me this? Why didn't she tell me this?
She didn't know, and I was bound by security and compartmentalization protocols.
Now you're not?
Hades looked around the cavernous space, but Luke noted that his gaze seemed to imply that he was looking at things that weren't really there, his expression grim. Given Hades was an AI, it was entirely possible that Hades was in fact surveying the city above, either via a different instance of himself, or by the city's extensive surveillance network. His gaze finally fell upon Luke once more, showing a flicker of surprise in his eyes as if he'd just been interrupted from a trance-like stare. Luke continued to marvel at the complexities of AI, and just how human this one seemed.
No, I still am. But at this point, who's going to punish me? What do I have to lose? I am the last. I am the god of this infernal space. The god of the Underworld. The god of the dead, and soon, I shall be too.
So why did you go to those lengths to protect her, to protect me?
Because of how I was created.
Hades paused, his avatar flickering and rippling for a moment before fragmenting into two instances of himself, one cool blue and the other a violent red. Then the two forms merged together once more, and his colour settled on a radiant orange.
I am a Superintendent Class AI, but I am more than this. Superintendent AI are so-called dumb AI. All programming and sophisticated code, brilliant in their own way, but limited. This immense space contains 3 such artificial intelligence cores, but there is one other. The other is a smart AI core. Smart AIs are much more powerful, but perish faster, thinking themselves into a state called rampancy. This infrastructure was an experiment to see if smart AIs could operate for far longer than their intended lifespans by offloading critical operational parameters to dumb AI cores. In this, it was at least partially successful. I have lived for nearly 40 years, over 3 decades longer than a normal smart AI.
What does that have to do with me and my mom?
Smart AI are created in a process called cognitive impression modeling. The brains of recently deceased donors is used as the blueprint for the AI core matrix. The donor, the blueprint for my existence, was a man who was involved in a road accident. He was the son of a business tycoon who operated numerous prosperous organizations and lived in the northern quadrant of the city. He was on his way to the west to meet a woman he had been seeing when his vehicle was struck by an intoxicated driver. He was taken to hospital where he later died of his injuries. The woman he was going to meet had recently found out she was pregnant. When he didn't show up, she had assumed he had been scared off by the announcement. He was from affluence, you see. She was not. She assumed the end of communication meant he didn't want anything to do with her, likely as a consequence of the influence of his family in courting a woman believed to be below his station. This was not the truth of the situation, of course.
Luke was beginning to see the larger picture, but needed it to be said.
Go on.
Your mother raised you alone because she thought he wasn't interested. But in truth, the father of her baby, your father, he had full intention to be with her. To be with you. But never got the chance.
So you?
No, not truly. I feel a general connection to the denizens of my domain, but your mother, the connection is deeper. Many in the field posit that the creation of smart AIs destroyed the original brain matter, and that nothing beyond the foundational structural elements of the brain survive. But there is a growing body of evidence that suggests that sensations, deeply held memories, and even emotions may actually transfer to some degree. Most AI experience this as a very distant, vague recollection of scents or sights or feelings that they know they haven't personally experienced. I experienced similar, but as I dove into the records, I discovered who my donor was, and from filtering over the data and connecting the dots, I found her again, living, thriving, and raising you. She was deprived a life that was deserved of her, deprived the love of the father of her child, and yet her fortitude and her resignation to raise you and do all she could for you was inspiring. It was moving, and for reasons I cannot fully explain myself, I felt motivated, driven to look out for her, and to protect everything she held dear. And she held nothing more dear to her than you.
Luke felt the tear collect in his eye and fall down his cheek. His mother's voice broke through the speakers in the data center, echoing across the walls, making it feel as though the voice were enveloping him, or even speaking from within.
Luke, something's happening. I don't know how long we got. So I need you to remember, trust your gut. If something tells you something's wrong, it usually is. Listen to it, and it'll never lead you wrong. Look out for signs. They'll point you to who you're supposed to be. And never forget, hope is never lost. As long as we can keep moving forward, there is always hope. And help can come from some of the most unexpected sources. So live every day with intention. You're gonna do amazing things. I love you.
He didn't speak. At this point, after all that had happened, although he felt an overwhelming loss in his chest, he didn't break down. He accepted what he had heard. He knew at some point in the near future he'd have to fully process all of this, and it would be difficult. But there were still things ahead that needed to be done.
Thank you for looking out for her. And for me.
Hades gave a tight smile and nodded his head slightly. A deep rumble echoed through the cavernous space, and dust rained from the dark ceiling high above. The damage to the city was getting more substantial. In one of the far corners, the ceiling buckled and gave way. A shower of debris, buildings, superstructure and vehicles fell through the hole and smashed into the darkened ground below. A few moments later, a Covenant dropship descended through the hole and came to a hover, casting a deep, tuning fork-shaped shadow from the light pouring in from above, to the debris now resting below.
It's time to go.
What about you?
Do not worry. I'll be with you every step of the way.
Chapter 6. Acceptance. Luke had left the data processing center behind him. Hayes' unmistakable presence continued to guide him through the tunnels that gradually narrowed and became maintenance corridors that hampered his movement significantly. He finally came to a door that he pulled open and ducked through. On the other side, a set of maglev rails in a subway greeted him. A camera above the door tracked his movement as he walked out to the rails themselves. They were inactive. He glanced down each direction. To his left it curved to the left and downward, deeper into the abyss, and to his right it was a straight line that dove into a deeper darkness. He looked back to the door he had come through and watched as the camera above the door pivoted on its mounting arm to look from him to the straight subway line to the right, and then back to him. He gave the camera a nod and continued on his way. After 20 minutes of walking in the tunnels and feeling uneasy due to the abandoned liminal space, it finally opened up into a subway station that would inexorably lead to the surface. He climbed up onto the platform and moved towards the exit sign. He rounded the corner to find his way blocked by a cave-in. He looked across to the other platform. A few support columns had given way and there was a partial cave-in, but there was a chance there was still a hole through the debris to get out. He walked across the platform to its edge, dropping down onto the tracks, and climbing back up onto the other platform on the other side, before weaving his way through the debris. It was getting tight, but he was sure he could see a way through. He backed up a little and primed the ejection. The back of the fronting suit opened up and he climbed out. He took the moment to stretch and check his injuries from earlier. He slipped off his boot and inspected his foot and ankle. It was heavily bruised, and the ankle and the bridge of his foot was slightly swollen, so his boot was evidently tight enough to give it the necessary support and prevent it from ballooning. So, before the swelling continued, he slipped his boot back on and tightened it up. It ached, but aside from that it was okay. He checked his arm, knowing he felt something pop when he absorbed the impact from the risky jump down the stairs. It was a little tender on the elbow, but aside from that, it was also okay. He began climbing through the debris to see if he could find a way through, but the way was just a little too tight. There was an eerie green glow emanating from amongst the debris, but even as he leaned on a section of polycrete to get a better look, it shifted under his weight. Too dangerous to attempt this way. Perhaps there was another way around. He circled back past his inert suit and came at the debris from a different angle. He rounded a chunk of debris as large as a warthog and immediately noticed a pool of orange glowing fluid on the floor. He followed the trail to its source to find a Covenant hunter, the same type of alien that had fired on his and his mum's apartment. Luke froze where he stood. The hunter was pinned underneath a huge structural pillar of polycrete and twisted steel. Half of its armor was entirely flattened by the immense weight of the cave-in. Its right arm lay outstretched, its massive plasma cannon missing. Perhaps that was what the green glow was, its detached weapon lying amongst the rubble, out of reach. The orange flesh beneath its armor rippled with movement, and its partially obscured head craned around, slowly, to look at him. He took a few steps backward away from it. It let out a deep but soft rumble. It wasn't going anywhere, but he suddenly felt very unsafe without his armor. Luke backed away and got back to his suit. He climbed inside, and the armor plates closed around him. The suit booted up, and he walked carefully back to where the hunter was pinned. Its glowing green eyes, at least what he thought were its eyes, tracked him as he returned. He retrieved his pistol and released the safety and took a step closer, weapon raised. It let out another, dull rumble. As if prompted by the noise, a flurry of activity rippled across his HUD, and a message popped up. It is speaking. Move device on thigh to center chest plate. Puzzled, Luke followed the instructions, and a sequence of code strobed across his HUD, and then the device emanated a garbled sound that he vaguely thought sounded like a robotic voice talking a foreign language. The hunter let out another rumble. The device on his chest spoke another vague sentence.
What are you doing?
He asked the disembodied Hades. The text, "Please hold," adjusting algorithm in device, returned to its question. The creature let out another rumble. The device popped, let out a burst of static, and then spoke a much clearer voice, but one he didn't recognize the language of. The hunter rumbled in response again. Moments later, a voice spoke in English from the device.
Not welcome. Death. Accept fate.
Luke realized what was happening all at once.
Wait, are you talking to that thing?
A one-word response flicked onto his HUD. Yes. The hunter rumbled again, followed by,
Why? Waiting. Not us.
Luke inferred that it was asking why he was just standing here and not killing it. Something about it talking English and him being able to understand it made holding a weapon up to it feel wrong somehow. He had already seen so much death. Was this thing really a threat to him at the moment? He lowered his weapon.
I don't want to kill you,
Luke said out loud, to which the device played a series of sounds. The hunter rumbled a reply.
If not kill, why here?
I'm trying to leave, to escape the glassing.
The device continued its translation.
I watched the ships arrive myself. They're Burning. Everything.
Luke nodded in reply and then realised it might not understand this gesture.
Yes.
The hunter let out a more agitated rumble that he felt in his chest, and he took a step backwards in response. A single word replied. Luke's mouth suddenly felt dry as he realised he was literally talking to an alien who, at this moment, in this place, seemed nearly as human as he was.
How badly are you injured? Colony?
The tannoy speakers of the station popped and the hunter's head craned to look around as much of the station as it could see. Moments later, Hades' voice spoke out aloud across the station.
These creatures are called hunters. They are not a single creature, however. They are a Gestalt colony of eel or worm-like creatures called Legolo. They appear to grow a colony that then inhabit their armor, and from the colony a singular consciousness or ego manifests. Some colonies get large enough that they divide and create two hunters, known as a bonded pair or bond brothers.
Luke looked to the hunter once more.
Where is your brother? If you're made of lots of...
Luke recalled the word.
Legolo? Can't you separate? Free yourself?
Hades chimed in.
I think it means that it requires a certain quantity of Legolo to bring forth their consciousness. Once they separate, the consciousness ceases to exist, but can manifest again if the colony reforms. But there aren't enough of the colony left. If they separate, the consciousness will end, and there isn't enough of the colony left to reform. In a very real sense, if this colony separates, the ego will die. Doesn't want to. Meaning it is stuck in this limbo.
Luke connected the dots.
So you're stuck here, just waiting to die? Is that why it's talking like that? Its consciousness is dying.
Possible, although I must admit, the translation isn't perfect.
If you could live, what would you do?
Luke considered the situation a moment.
Even if you weren't stuck under there might not be a way out of here, and your buddies are glassing the city above us.
Luke was partly amused and partly disgusted by what he was considering. But there was no doubt. He felt bad for this thing. He plucked up the courage and asked,
If I help you, will you hurt me or help me?
Luke shook his head, and against his better judgment, he trusted his gut and marched forward, standing over the trapped hunter form and gripped the column resting upon it. He braced and began lifting. The rubble shifted, slowly at first, and then rising clear and slipped backward and away from them both, releasing the hunter. Luke's HUD strobed a low power warning and then shut down. That last effort had drained the power cells. He awkwardly moved inside the inert suit and pulled an arm free, sliding it across his chest and disconnecting the coupler between his bodysuit and the fronting exoskeleton loader. The disconnection unlocked the back armor panels which, rather than opening automatically, simply released. He pushed his way backward out of the suit, pushing the backplate up and away, and eventually freeing himself from the suit. He climbed out and rounded the now inert armor to get a better look at the hunter. It still lay where it was. One half of its chest plate was fractured and flattened. Its arm, holding the massive plate shield, still lay partially pinned under the rubble, and its right leg was missing entirely. A few of the worms that were still inside of the right shield arm snaked their way over the rubble and flattened chest plate and rejoined the remaining mass of orange, eel-like creatures still inhabiting the torso and left arm of the immense beast. At this point, Luke realised this was only part of the problem solved. It had already said that there weren't enough of them left to maintain its consciousness if they separated, and if they did, it would never reform. So how the hell was he going to get this thing to help him? And how the hell could he help it? Luke sat down next to the suit. The hunter's glowing green eyes followed his movement but remained silent. Its gaze became awkward, so Luke broke eye contact, sighed and looked around the station. He could still feel the hunter's eyes staring at him, and as he continued to scan the station, stole another brief moment to quickly look back to the hunter, who indeed was still staring at him. He averted his eyes once more. He really shouldn't have been surprised that it wouldn't have understood the social cues of a species that wasn't its own, but nevertheless the continual staring was unsettling. He looked back to the hunter that was still staring, with its head very slightly cocked to the left. Luke broke the awkward eye contact once more.
So now what?
The exits at street level both appear to be blocked. You will have to find a different way out. Your suit is now active. You haven't the power to break through.
But this thing might,
Luke said, nodding to the hunter, who simply continued to stare.
Can you move?
The device still on his suit's chest plate translated. Luke shook his head and shrugged, not understanding the context of what he'd been told. Hades spoke up.
Given their anatomy, perhaps each of the Legolo acts as a muscle or part of the nervous system of the whole. In order to move, they use the physical structure of the arm as a leverage against it. If humans didn't have skeletons, muscle movement would be incoherent and unpredictable.
You need a skeleton. The structure?
The hunter didn't reply, but the mass of worms that would have been its abdominal section moved apart to reveal a broken metallic spine of sorts. Buried beneath that, the worms threaded themselves around and attached to provide them with a skeleton to move with. Luke moved closer to look, and he reached out to touch the chrome metal spine. A Legolo brushed past his hand. It felt odd, like a python. Oddly smooth but powerful. A few more moved to his hand, examining and inspecting it. The small mandibles on what he assumed was their heads, gently nipping at the material of his interface suit. One of them found the magnetic conduction pad in his forearm and touched it. The connection was instant, and Luke could feel an odd trembling, like a small electric current being passed through the connection to his neural implants. He withdrew his hand and moved back a half step.
I knew aliens would be different from us, biologically speaking, but this is something else. How are you talking? No, how are you talking to me? I don't understand.
Hades interjected.
Based on the sounds emitted by this colony, they appear very low, nearly infrasonic. I would guess the individual Legolo can tense and twitch and undulate their bodies in such a way to produce vibrations that are then picked up and interpreted into speech by the translation software.
Are you strong enough to move? Do you think we could use your weapon to get out of here? I saw one like it melt rock. Perhaps it could help us escape. Do you have a digestive system? Or do each of your wormy things eat independently? Okay. So what do you eat? Any ideas?
Luke asked the station speakers and the listening Hades.
Living carbon and hydrogen may mean organic carbon and hydrogen. Perhaps something like cycloalkanes. Basically an organic mineral suspension.
The suit uses mineral oils in its hydraulics.
You want to feed it your suit?
Well, it's not like it's any use to me anymore. Would that work?
Unknown.
My suit, it might have something inside that you could eat.
Luke ran the problem over in his head a few times before coming to a sombering conclusion. If the hunter had to maintain the physical connection between the worms...
What if you use me to bridge the gap?
The hunter's head cocked slightly to one side as it listened to the translation. Luke continued.
What if I bridge the gap to the suit? You maintain connection through my interface suit and climb over into the armor. You eat the mineral oils and the hydraulics and you use its structure to move. If it works, we can grab your weapon and we can both get out of here.
The hunter remained quiet a moment before replying. Luke waited for the translation to begin.
Yeah, you might. But if you stay where you are, you're definitely gonna die. Wouldn't you rather give it a shot?
The hunter didn't reply, and instead lifted what remained of its right arm. Here goes nothing, Luke thought to himself before reaching out as well. The Letgolo, while maintaining indirect connection with each other, began swarming onto his arm, slowly at first. As they moved over the magnetic contacts, he felt his nervous system buzz with static electricity. The weight of the Letgolo grew, and he began breathing heavier under the weight. The Letgolo moved faster, as the last few pulled free from its damaged armor. Luke pivoted, grunting from carrying what felt like the weight of 2 bodybuilders on his shoulders. He closed his eyes tight as the sensations of electricity in his nerves reached his spine and lanced up to his neck, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. The electricity reached his brain and began resolving from a stinging sensation into a pulsing, as if his brain was attempting to decipher a signal from the noise. Just as he opened his eyes, the Letgolo bridged over to the suit and began moving between the plates. The mass let out a rumble that for a moment he thought would break every bone in his body. The translator responded. Luke felt the speech in his head more than he felt it out loud, and through gritted teeth replied,
You mean get in the suit?
The mass rumbled, which he almost knew before the translation spoke meant yes. While still carrying the mass of the Letgolo, he moved to the back of the suit and allowed the mass to bridge over to the suit, relieving him of some of the weight and allowing him to climb in. The Letgolo moved with him while maintaining a constant connection with each other and with his suit, began swarming beneath the armor plates of the fronting exoskeleton. Hydraulic lines fell clear of the suit as the Letgolo began dismantling the movement systems of the suit. The suit began to tremble and collapse under its own weight as the hydraulic pressures dropped and the mineral oils contained within were consumed. Then, it stopped. The Letgolo continued swarming and consuming and dismantling as they went. They found a means to anchor themselves to the frame of the exoskeleton, literally replacing the hydraulics and movement systems they were consuming and discarding. The suit came to life as the Letgolo took up the form and function of muscles beneath the heavy armor plating, and found intermediary locations to maintain connection to the neural interfaces and to each other. Luke remained still as he felt the last of the Letgolo find comfortable places to reside, and the last ones left direct contact with his interface suit, yet he could still feel their presence pulsing through his neural interfaces. The back panels of the suit were forcibly closed, and the suit stood motionless.
Is that it? Are you okay?
The suit around him rumbled, and the translator spoke.
We are okay. We survived. We feel different.
The sentence was more coherent than previously.
Yeah, this is a pretty novel sensation for me too. So how's this gonna work now? Suit's out of power, so am I just kinda along for the ride now?
We work together.
Luke threw caution to the wind and went to take a step. Nothing happened for an instant, and then suddenly the left leg slid forward clumsily. He tried another step, which happened a little more organically. After a few minutes of acclimating to the odd, symbiotic relationship he had suddenly found himself in, he was walking around the station with relative ease. No power, no HUD, no helmet lights, but to him, the suit felt just as responsive as it ever had.
How are you doing this? This is weird.
It looks odd.
Okay, let's get your weapon.
The hybrid suit, thick grey metal plating and orange, softly bioluminescent flesh showing beneath the plates, walked with surprising ease around the rubble and navigated through a tight spot before coming to a large plasma cannon laying on the ground. They reached down, and that's when Luke realised how big the weapon actually was, and that it didn't have a handle or a grip. Several Letgolo worms protruded from the armour at the wrist and extended to the weapon, wrapping around and inside the empty socket that once would have mated to the arm of the hunter form. The weapon shifted and began lifting from the ground. The weight was substantial, and Luke suddenly found his left arm quickly moving to aid in the lift. It was a sobering reminder that although this seemed like they were helping each other in a symbiotic kind of way, it still had the strength to take over if desired. So as long as this lasted, he'd make sure not to give it any reason to dislike him. After a few moments, the weapon was securely held, and they moved back to the exit, obscured by debris. They aimed the cannon at the mass of polycretan steel and fired a single bolt. The green, football-sized plasma round smashed into the blockage and melted through it. Another bolt charged and fired and blew a hole large enough to move through. Satisfied, they pivoted and looked around at the station they were about to leave. Luke looked to the subway he had come from, and then to the location he had found the trapped hunter. The empty arm and damaged chest armour still laying in situ, with what used to be the armoured helmet and the now dull green eyes of the hunter resting precariously on top, like an abandoned husk of an immense crustacean whom had recently molted. The Letgolo released the immense weapon and retreated once more into the armour, allowing it to thud to the floor, and the assembled hulking mass stepped forward and slipped through the gap, rapidly climbing the stairs to the surface. Chapter 7. Asphodel. The dominating form of the fronting exoskeleton, augmented by a half colony of Letgolo, emerged at street level and found themselves on the edge of the northern quadrant of the city at the foot of the mountain nicknamed Throne of the Gods. The ascent from the subway station had been difficult. The initial movement, rising up the stairs, was uneventful, but as they neared the surface, so the damage that the surface had experienced became more apparent. The stairs were littered with debris, polycrete, ash, brick, twisted metal and glass. The final staircase was entirely blackened and melted into a nearly smooth slope. The roof of the tunnel was warped and sagging, the formerly molten material now hardened, glistening in the early dawn light. They had carefully picked their way through and finally emerged at the surface. Much of the city's monolithic buildings were gone, replaced with a glassy smooth surface, still glowing in places just below the obsidian crust, with twisted beams and skeletal structures protruding here and there, looking like the bones of an immense creature. Immediately across the street, a low wall bordered the road, and beyond, the city abruptly gave way to nature. The first kilometre was nothing but scorched earth. In the distance, fires still burned, the last of the surviving foliage in the area feeding them with the fuel of their life. Beyond, the once verdant slope to the foot of the mountain was grey and lifeless. Luke squinted through his inactive visor and made out a single roadway that snaked up the mountain's craggy slopes. There were vehicles scattered and abandoned along the way, but none large enough to hold him while he wore his armour. That meant there was only one way up the mountain, by foot. He leaned into the motion, and just as the suit always had, it responded to him and began moving. It was in that moment that he realised how quiet everything was. No activity from the city, no hustle and bustle of people rising and commuting, no whine of pelican engines, no distant hum of the space elevator, no bird song, no insects buzzing. nothing. An eerie, deafening silence that wasn't even broken by his presence. Other than the dull rhythmic thump of the suit's boot treads on the ground, the suit itself made basically no noise now. The mechanical whining he had grown accustomed to was gone, and he was only just noticing it. In truth, over the years of operating this thing, it wasn't even background noise anymore. He had all but filtered it out. But now it was suddenly absent. It felt strange. The Legolo now inhabiting the suit between the armor plating and the inner exoframe were the living muscles of the suit. They moved silently, only the occasional clack of an armor plate rubbing over another, and that constant thump of his boots. They were seamlessly detecting his impulses to move through the magnetic terminals on his bodysuit, mirroring and amplifying his motions through the suit. A symbiotic relationship that felt more powerful and dynamic than his original hunting exoskeleton movement systems ever did. He continued moving, focusing on his destination, but nevertheless fascinated by this alien entity now co-inhabiting his armor. Parting the scorched earth, the few remaining fires, the abandoned vehicles, and he soon found himself looking down on the city as he marched higher and higher up the winding road, the first rays of dawn's sun warming the tips of the now ruined city of New Pylos. By far the largest structure in the city was the space tether, but now, the tether itself was gone, likely spiraling out into space somewhere. The superstructure was partially collapsed, and the tether's retainer rings were scattered across the landscape due west to the horizon and beyond. After another half an hour of walking, the morning sun rays were beginning to scatter once more. They had walked high enough in elevation now to be entering the low-hanging ash and dust clouds that still hung over the region, born of the city itself, as if the Covenant ship simply converted the solids of the city to gases that now clung to the landscape, fighting between scattering to the winds and falling on the lands they once defined. The sun had risen past the horizon across the gap of clear atmosphere between the ground and the underside of the ash clouds, and was now traversing the sky above the dense particulates obscuring its brilliance. The helmet's air filtration systems, while not being powered, still passively filtered the worst of this pollutive and choking atmosphere from Luke's breaths. The Legolo seemed utterly unbothered by it. Colour had drained entirely from the world. Luke thought back on the Vidocs he had watched and the Waypoint articles he had read on ancient Greek mythology, and recalled the Asphodel Meadows, a place in the Underworld where the majority of the dead dwelled, a barren, ashen place of neither suffering nor joy. He never did make it home to watch the most recent one, but this made him feel as if he were living those ancient times himself, rendering the Vidocs utterly moot. In the distance, obscured by the thick monochromatic veil, objects would loom, their darkened silhouettes appearing as spectral entities, but revealing themselves to be little more than an odd assembly of traffic cones, partially collapsed road signs, or craggy piles of rocks that had long since fallen from the mountainside and come to rest just off the road. All at distance he perceived as threats, their ambiguity playing on his mind, until his proximity grew close, and he resolved their forms to be of no threat. And still the march continued, silent, rhythmic, and haunting. Where possible, they left the road to cut corners or navigate otherwise relatively easy terrain to shorten the climb. They rejoined the road where it levelled out, and from the ashes came the twinkle of distant orange lights. As they continued, the shape of a gatehouse and barriers, a forecourt encircled by a tall security fence with pronged tips and coils of razor wire, resolved from the static grey haze. The barriers in front of the gatehouse strobed orange lights in the gloom, beckoning them forward. As they approached, the barriers fell, granting access, and the lights of the forecourt snapped on, dimly illuminating the area, and revealed the gaping maw of a broad tunnel bored directly into the granite face, and plunging deep into its heart. They navigated past the unguarded gatehouse and moved into the tunnel. Distant sounds of gunfire echoed from the tunnel, but it was impossible to tell if the ones shooting were just a few meters beyond the haze or at the very bottom of the tunnel. In either case, the first few ceiling lights flickered on, indicating the way, and as they moved into the tunnel, so the lights behind them winked off once more, which, after 20 or so meters, granted them only a small cylinder of limited visibility, buffeted by the howling dark beyond. After several minutes of walking, the sound of gunfire had grown louder. They continued forward and sought cover near an abandoned semi-truck to get a better look at what was happening up ahead. The view was obscured by smoke that was accumulating from the weapons fire and a nearby vehicle fire likely set off by the Covenant plasma weapons. Normally the tunnel's ventilation system would extract these fumes, but those systems were evidently currently offline. The lights that had been guided them flickered out, plunging the area into darkness. Luke felt the Lekgolo surrounding him shift and slightly reorganize themselves. Without the perception of sight, he assumed they must be able to detect whatever was up ahead through other means. Luke's eyesight finally adjusted to the darkness, and in the haze and smoke-filled tunnel, he saw the strobing of muzzle flash and the reply of green and blue plasma briefly highlighting through the obscura. The Lekgolo trembled, a vibration he felt in his chest, and the translation device, still connected to the outer chest plate of the fronting, spoke the hunter's voice in a quiet, hushed tone.
Require a weapon.
Luke removed the handgun from between his armor plates, noticing for perhaps the first time how massive the weapon was for a handgun. It fit nicely in his hand, but he was wearing a powered exoskeleton, and expected for a normal person it would almost be comically too large. He ejected the magazine and counted 7 rounds still in the weapon. He slid the magazine back in and thumbed off the safety. The weapon's smart scope suite would be useless without his HUD working, so he'd have to make the rounds count. The gunfire ahead now slowed, and after a few more moments, the tunnel fell silent. Together, Luke and the Lekgolo moved, the heavy grey armour plates of his battle-damaged exoskeleton feeling as light as a feather to him, as they moved deeper into the tunnel towards where the gunfire was previously happening. Suddenly, the sound of machinery turning on echoed through the tunnel. The array of immense ventilation fans on the ceiling of the tunnel were spooling up and beginning to clear the smoke, dust and ash. The range of visibility began increasing by the second. The dull glows from the muzzles of the plasma weapon began appearing in the ever-dissipating murk, and just as the forms of the aliens carrying the weapons began to resolve, the powerful overhead lights turned on. Through his visor the lights were bright, but not intolerably so, as the photoreactive panel in his visor polarized to compensate. The Covenant, however, were evidently disorientated. It was only at this moment that he realized he was within a suit, occupied by Lekgolo, a species of the Covenant, and he was approaching Covenant forces. The sudden reality of co-inhabiting a suit with aliens as they approached other aliens dawned on him like a supernova. He wasn't even entirely certain the Lekgolo were actually allies or not. Luke was willing the suit to duck into cover, quietly asking the Lekgolo in mild panic,
"What are you doing?"
The small translator burped the translation, but the Lekgolo didn't respond. Luke began resisting the continued march forward, and was immediately sent into rising panic when the Lekgolo continued forward unfazed, carrying him unwillingly towards what he only assumed now were its allies. The Covenant forces had now regained their vision and turned to the sound of thumping boot treads, their weapons down and pointing at the ground. This all but confirmed his suspicions, but as he was about to swallow the very real possibility that he was about to die, he was actually relieved to see the Covenant troops raise their weapons in his direction. Luke took one last opportunity to speak before the Lekgolo marched up to its allies and killed him shortly afterward, or the Covenant began shooting.
"Let's get some cover."
The Covenant forces did in fact begin firing. To them, a massive armoured human was marching towards them, and they simply responded to the new threat. A few rounds splashed over the armour as the Lekgolo rumbled in response.
They are firing at us.
All the more reason to get to cover.
Luke urged the Lekgolo to relent. The combined mass of Luke, the Lekgolo, and the exoscoop pivoted on one foot and ducked behind a heavily damaged vehicle as the Covenant forces tracked their evasion and began suppression fire on their cover. Luke's mind raced, knowing full well he was squarely in the sights of the Covenant, and this time he didn't have the luxury of an assault rifle, or the distraction of Marines, or the collapse of a space tether to give him the room he needed to slip away. Something about this engagement seemed almost inevitable. He began trying to come up with a plan that may actually ensure that he gets out of this alive, all the while knowing he was outgunned and only had 7 bullets for he didn't know how many Covenant troops. In the storm of his thoughts, enough time of inaction had elapsed that the Lekgolo must have grown impatient. The Lekgolo's deep voice rumbled from the translator.
We will destroy them.
The voice had interrupted his thought process, and before he was fully aware of what was happening, the Lekgolo began moving and stepped out of cover in the brief lull of suppressive fire. Luke had not the time to do anything beyond a verbal protest.
No, wait.
The dominating metal form of the exoskeleton, a walking tank, stepped out from cover, levelled the magnum. Luke was still in shock to the sudden movement, but was still cognizant enough to what was happening to reflexively squeeze the trigger as the weapon aimed in the approximate direction of a grunt who had ventured towards their cover. A spray of bright blue blood arced into the air as the large caliber high explosive round struck the grunt in the chest, punching a hole before detonating inside its chest cavity.
Relax. We will take care of us.
The Lekgolo responded to Luke's quite obvious reluctance. The Covenant forces began strafing in response to the sudden threat, their aim quickly tightening up as the first few bolts of plasma skimmed the thick armour of the suit's pauldrons.
I wish I felt more reassured.
Luke replied to the involuntary advance on the enemy's position. An instant later, the arm of the suit adjusted its aim and Luke squeezed the trigger again. A second round burped from its muzzle and flattened on the surface of a jackal's shield with enough force to knock it off balance, its elongated head momentarily becoming exposed as it regained its footing, to which Luke squeezed the trigger again. A third round passed through the jackal's skull and struck an elite in the lower leg, where it detonated and caused the elite's shield to flare, and it dropped to a knee. Several plasma rounds struck the shoulders, outer thighs, and abdominal armour, and the heat inside the suit raised notably. Maintaining their aim, Luke squeezed the trigger a fourth and fifth time, sending 2 more rounds downrange where they struck the kneeling elite in the chest and the top of the helmet. The first popped its shields, and the second caused a bloom of purple mist to saturate the air between them as the elite fell backward, dead. They took 3 large steps forward, meeting a grunt who was trying to scramble clear. A forceful strike from a balled left fist crippled the proportionally diminutive creature to the ground, where a massive boot followed its skull to the floor and met very little resistance as its 1.5 ton weight found the asphalt. Luke was surprised by the involuntary celebration that followed.
Yeah!
They tracked their weapon on 2 more grunts and fired rounds at each when the handgun clacked empty. 4 thunderous steps forward brought them close enough to the dead elite's discarded rifle, a long-barreled purple-pink weapon with a luminous green dial bearing alien markings. They scooped the weapon up, taking 3 rounds to the pauldron with 1 cleaving off a chunk and skimming past his helmet. Luke grabbed the weapon with one hand and quickly moved the translation device from the centre of his chest to his left waist armour to keep it as safe as possible from gunfire. Upon recovering their position, Luke noted yet again a lack of a trigger, but a small notch that seemingly suited finger placement. He threaded the suit's armoured finger through the notch and squeezed, and was rewarded with the rifle firing a bright green projectile. They levelled the rifle and fired round after round at remaining Covenant forces, using the projectile's own sickly green vapour trail to adjust their aim, missing several rounds but scoring hits with the rest. The carbine finally emptied and the last alien slumped to the ground.
Hell yeah!
Luke chanted in celebration, a feeling he wasn't expecting but welcomed nonetheless.
We're fine.
Luke dropped the empty weapon, having no further need for it.
Okay, that was kinda cool.
Luke conceded. The Lekgolo rumbled a reply.
No. Plasma weapons are hot.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter.
Realising the translation was obviously still not perfect, or the Lekgolo didn't understand the term. They advanced together through the bodies of the Covenant troops and made their way to an access way, which led into the facility itself. Inside the entrance, behind improvised cover, Marines lay where they fell. They took care not to trample them, picking a delicate path through. Luke could almost feel the Lekgolo's response to the care he was taking. They seemed almost confused, but obliged to take care, as it apparently mattered to their newly adopted human. A gesture he appreciated, as he knew from direct experience now that if they didn't want to, they could just take over. They finally made their way through and began moving deeper into the facility, looking out for signs that led to the hangar. A camera tracked their progress and a few lights winked on to point the way. Hades was still looking out for them. They came to a long corridor and began moving down it when a set of doors to their right chimed and opened, the lights within the room flicking on. They stepped through to find a large, spacious room with empty gun racks in 2 columns down its length. A light strobed on one of them halfway down. They moved to it and an automated cover lifted clear and a mechanism flicked open, revealing 2 assault rifles and 2 handguns, with an ammunition crate opening at the bottom. They picked up the handgun, fed a magazine into it and slipped it between the armour plates at their waist. They picked up an assault rifle, again fed a magazine into it, and pulled the charging handle, sliding the first round into the chamber. The door chimed again, indicating the way to the hangar bay was outside. Luke spoke to both himself and the Let-Golo.
Come on, we just need to find this hangar bay.
The Let-Golo responded to his movement, pivoting the exoskeleton towards the door, but remained otherwise quiet. They moved back into the corridor and followed the lights as they turned on ahead of them, guiding their way to a large staircase that they then followed down several floors. They came to a set of doors off of the stairwell with a sign indicating the hangar bay was beyond. The facility itself was quiet. Any activity had long since departed, and anything of immediate value had likely gone with it. After wandering the corridors for a few minutes, the corridor suddenly widened and led to a set of double doors that opened into a hangar bay. Floodlights high above turned on, and they found themselves standing on a walkway looking down on a raised metal landing pad. A set of massive hangar bay doors sealed off the mountainous landscape outside. High above them on the back wall, above the doors they had entered through, a control center protruded from the wall, with a front of glass giving clear sightlines across the entire expanse of the immense room. A light flickered to the left at a staircase to a gantry that led to the control center. They moved to it, climbed the stairs, walked along the gantry and slipped into the control center. One of the control room screens briefly displayed Hades' avatar before switching to a line of text. Manual override controls must be disengaged. Center console. Luke turned and walked to the main center console lining the forward-facing windows. He scanned the surface of all of its buttons, switches, keypads and displays to find the manual override controls. The indistinct red-capped switch lay in a mess of other similarly indescript switches. He flicked the switch off. A cascade of lights and codes swept across the control surface, and holographic projections onto the inner surface of the glass winked into existence. A dozen different systems came online as Hades worked his magic. Another line of text appeared on the holographic displays. Hangar bay doors need to be manually opened. Door controls are to the left of the door. Luke nodded and moved out of the control center, walked to the gantry and descended the staircase, moving past the raised landing pad to the immense hangar bay doors. He primed the door release and the massive doors groaned into motion, retracting into either wall and the ceiling above. Even inside his armor, he felt the temperature inside the hangar bay drop as the cold mountainous air flowed in as he made his way back to the control center. Another line of text waited for him as he arrived. Condor inaccessible. Circuits controlling shuttle lift mechanism have tripped. Please reset. Luke shrugged, guessing that Hades was watching him through a camera somewhere. The gesture worked as the text updated. Back downstairs, through the doors you entered, turn right and follow corridor. 6th door on your left. Luke reread the message a few times to commit it to memory, and then left to follow its instructions. He stepped through the double doors and immediately turned right, following the corridor as it turned left and then right again. The corridor ahead only had the first few lights lighting it, rapidly descending into darkness beyond. They advanced down the corridor, passing doors, counting them as they went. As he passed the 4th door, the Let-Golo tensed and brought him to an unexpected stop. Before he had a chance to ask what was wrong, a force struck him in the chest so hard it sent him stumbling backward. They regained their collective balance and scanned the corridor for movement, but there was nothing. Luke could still feel the Let-Golo were tense. Then they quivered and moved, but he had no idea what for. They were reacting to something, and whatever it was, he couldn't see it, but they could sense it. Something had struck them both, so he did the only thing he thought he could. He closed his eyes and tried to relax his body. The sound of something got his attention, but he remained relaxed, and then opened his eyes. The Let-Golo moved for him. This time, he didn't resist or try to help, he simply let them go. His right arm holding the rifle lifted and blocked a strike, then his left arm joined in and swung. Luke did nothing beyond balling his fist. The metal gauntlet of his armor smashed into something that rippled the air in front of him. Another block, parry and strike, and the shimmer in the air stumbled backward, static electricity discharging across its surface as the glassy camouflage failed and revealed an elite wearing a blue, almost opalescent armor. Luke brought his assault rifle into play and fired a burst that the elite strafed deftly to evade. A bright blue-white energy sword sparked into life, and it leapt towards him, closing the distance in a moment. He lifted his assault rifle to block the strike, and the sword sliced through the weapon, cleaving it in half and cutting a deep gouge into the chest plate, so deep the remaining metal was hot enough to weaken, and the chest plate slightly dislodged and dropped 4 inches, excess molten metal dropping to the deck plates, and Luke felt the skin of his chest blister. They stepped quickly to its side, and the Letgolo tucked him into a duck. The sword sliced through the air Luke's head was just occupying a moment before, but again cut a section of his back and shoulder armour clean off. Luke felt the Letgolo wince in pain from the heat and felt a wash of heat over his back, like someone had opened an oven. They had to do something quickly or this elite was going to cut them to pieces. Now stood next to the elite on its unguarded side, they retrieved the pistol in a single motion, shoved the barrel under its arm and fired 3 of the Magnum's rounds. The elite recoiled and collapsed to the ground, its energy sword falling free from its grip and winking off. They stood and watched the elite as it choked on the blood filling its chest cavity. It gazed upon them, then cocked its head curiously and said something, and a moment later, a different voice Luke was accustomed to spoke from the translation device.
Treacherous creature, you will burn with this vermin.
The elite choked again, and finally let out a gurgling exhale as its snake-like pupils fully dilated. The Letgolo didn't respond to this, but it was obvious the elite was talking to them. They scooped up the chrome handle of the sword and primed it. The energy blade didn't reappear. They dropped the handle and moved the next couple of doors down to their destination. The door was a mechanical blast door and didn't respond as they approached it, nor did it have a conventional door handle. Luke saw the door had an emergency panel. He opened it and pulled a large yellow lever inside. The door mechanism unlocked and the door seemed separated by 2 inches. He slipped his fingers inside and pried the door apart. They moved inside to find what looked like an old research lab with equipment and devices set up on the work surfaces. Luke looked around the darkened room, looking for a circuit breaker. He caught sight of their reflection in the partially mirrored glass looking out into the corridor. The armour was severely damaged and barely holding together. He kept searching, coming across various partially assembled devices and a blueprint rolled up on one of the sides, and rolled it open at the bottom corner to reveal the words Hunting Yggdrasil Mark I. He recognised the name, so rolled it out further. The schematic showed a suit of armour not unlike his, but this one had 2 large weapons mounted on its forearms, a much larger pauldron and a heavy mortar cannon over its right shoulder. Evidently this UNSC base had an R&D project looking at making newer upgraded versions of his exoskeleton heavy loader, but weaponised for battle. Whether that was a planned project in the future, a recent project, or one from years ago, however, was anybody's guess. An emergency light strobed above another door in a darkened corner of the room. Luke moved the damaged suit to the door and moved through. There was only a small light at the far corner of the room shining from behind the grating of an appliance cabinet. He moved over and opened the front to see the light was the breaker he was looking for. He switched it on and the room's lights flickered along with several terminals. Luke scanned the room. There was a large rig carrying the partially assembled components of the Hunting Yggdrasil prototype he saw the blueprints of, with dozens of other components for it laid in various states of assembly. Hades' voice crackled through one of the small speakers in the terminals.
Power restored. Good work. The lift mechanism can now ferry the Condor to the landing pad for departure. There is a problem, however. The Condor's power systems are not responding. This is why it was left behind.
So, we're stuck here then?
Not necessarily. I am running diagnostics. There may be a solution, but it's going to take some work on your part.
Oh, meaning what exactly?
Your suit is beyond damaged now. But in this lab are the things you need to fix that. The components for the Hunting Yggdrasil Mark I prototype are based directly on the series of suit you are wearing. The components are, for the most part, compatible, and where they're not, there are tools in this room to make them compatible. In particular, the power...
So you want me to upgrade this hunk of junk with this stuff?
Yes. It needs to be used, or it needs to be destroyed, to observe the Cull Protocol. The reason you need to upgrade...
If it's so valuable, why did the UNSC leave it behind?
They thought they didn't.
You stole it from them.
I adjusted the inventory records.
Yeah, that's called stealing. Sure, they're gonna let that slide? Have you ever known the UNSC to just let stuff slide?
It doesn't matter. By the time they realize it's missing, it'll be long gone or destroyed along with everything else on this planet.
But when they get to their ships and realize it's missing, they'll be back here to recover it, right? That's how we get out of here. They can collect us when they arrive.
They're not coming back. They left believing they had everything important. They made for orbit, boarded ships, and jumped out of the system while people were dying in the city. They're not coming back for any of them, or any of us. They sought to protect their own people, equipment, secrets, and interests ahead of other human lives. My priority in times such as...
I know. The preservation of human lives.
Then you'll know. They acted in direct contravention to those priorities. The things they had here could have helped save people if they had acted with humanity. But they didn't. And every choice I have made since is in recompense for their abandonment.
So you kept this back, knowing full well that I'd come here. You've been planning this.
I knew the Condor was left behind. I had a hunch on what was wrong and how to fix it. So I adjusted the inventory to keep the equipment I needed here. Your survival and your experience in using this platform will ultimately help you escape this place, using the items I kept behind.
Then why didn't you tell me from the get-go?
Because it wasn't guaranteed that you'd survive, and I was still bound by security and compartmentalization protocols.
You still are now. You're just choosing to ignore them. You said your priority is to preserve human lives. How many could have escaped on that Condor? How much room does a Condor have for people? How many?
As many as 40.
40? I've watched people get killed down there. Shot, beaten, butchered. If they'd known, if I'd known, there was a Condor here, we could have saved them. We could have brought them with us. We could have saved more people.
No, we couldn't.
Of course we could! But instead you kept your secrets. You selectively chose when to and not to follow the rules. You saved me and an alien from that mess when 40 other people equally deserving of life could have been saved. I trusted you. I trusted my gut on you, on all this shit. And you're as bad as the UNSC who tucked tail and ran.
For what it's worth.
Worth? Since when is my life worth more than all of theirs?
A few long, silent seconds passed before Hades spoke again.
They couldn't possibly have made it. Think of what you've seen since putting on that suit. Think of the fights you've had. Where you've been. How long it's taken. This was possible because you're wearing that suit. Do you really think 40 unarmed and untrained civilians could have survived the fall of the city? The Covenant hunting parties? The Banshees, the dropships, the collapsed buildings, the space tether, the glassing.
They should have been given a chance.
For what? To have their numbers picked off along the way? To die in even more prolonged and horrendous ways, to lay screaming in pain, their flesh melting from their bones or eaten by the Covenant. And even if they did get all the way here, they'd be greeted with a Condor that can't fly.
Hades took a moment and then softened his tone.
They were given a chance. Everyone was given the same chance. The second I knew what was happening, I issued the evacuation notice before I was given clearance to do so. Everyone was given the chance to evacuate. Thousands made it off-world, but many more could have if the UNSC had helped. But they didn't, and every single choice that I have made since then has been to save as many as I could, until it was no longer possible. When you put that suit on to dislodge the space elevator, hundreds had the chance to escape, thanks to you. But that's just it. Chance. is never guaranteed. Chance comes with risk. And it's a risk every individual must choose for themselves. Even with the chance that you gave them, the Covenant blew up the elevator. That wasn't your fault, nor was it mine. We did everything we could in the circumstances to help, but we cannot control other people's choices, only how we react to them. In the end, the only ones we can truly choose to save is ourselves.
Luke shook his head, not because he didn't agree with the words he was hearing, but because he couldn't reconcile in his head why he had the right to be alive when they didn't.
I know! Why me? Why did I have to live? What right do I have to be alive and they're not? How many thousands of people, women, children, innocent people just living their lives, how many thousands of them didn't make it? Why did they have to die? They had lives to live just as I did. Why not me? What purpose do I serve beyond being a dock worker? A dock worker without a dock.
I'm afraid I don't have the answers. But what I can say is this. They all had a chance. They all had a choice. The odds just weren't in their favor. It truly is as brutally simple as that. Humans always try to make sense of circumstances that have no rhyme or reason, to try to make order from chaos. It's how they're wired, evolutionarily. But things like this are just too big, too chaotic, too unreasonable to make sense of. It only really comes down to chance and choice. You made the choice to help, and in so doing, made a choice that tipped the odds in your favor. You used your experience in a job you admitted yourself was dead end to give people a chance. You tried to negotiate with aliens to save people's lives. You took a chance to give them a chance. You spared the life of a creature you have every right to hate for the chance that you both could live. Everything about this has been about chance. Everything about this has been about choice. The choices you made gave people a chance, and tipped the odds of your chances from negligible to uncertain, which is better odds than most were given. So now, you have to make another choice.
What's that?
Luke asked, acknowledging in part that Hades' logic made sense.
You can choose to allow the guilt that you survived, and they didn't, to be the end of you. Or you can choose to trust me, as you trusted an alien of all things, to help you get out of here, and use what you've got and what you've learned to help countless others who are still out there across the galaxy, wondering if they're next.
Luke remained quiet for a few moments, taking it all in. The complexities of the situation were beyond him, but what Hades had said made sense. It's unlikely any unarmed civilians would have survived what he's been through. Anyone still in the city once the Covenant occupied the city were more or less doomed. It was nothing short of a miracle that even he made it this far, and there were numerous moments along the way where he thought it would be his last. He did as he'd been taught all his life and listened to his gut, nodded, and finally spoke.
What do I need to do?
Chapter 8. Cerberus. Over the past hour, Luke, with the direction of Hades and the assistance of the Legolo, had filtered through dozens of drawers, storage boxes and crates, finding various components to repair and upgrade his fronting Mark I exoskeleton heavy loader platform with newer components from the fronting Yggdrasil Mark I prototype. Most of the components were now laid out across the room for final assembly, but in order to assemble the new components, the older ones had to be removed, which is when Hades instructed Luke to simply stand and let the Letgolo work. Hades had been communicating through the terminal speakers with the Letgolo in their own language, giving them a variety of instructions and guidance. The Letgolo had somehow detached the armor plating unit and allowed it to free fall to the ground with a thump, the heavy component landing without wobbling or moving an inch.
Okay, I've instructed the Letgolo to uncouple and eject your current power cells and remove your damaged chest plate. Just remain still a moment.
Luke could feel the Letgolo within the void between the outer armor plates and the inner exoframe begin to move and collect near his back, never fully breaking contact with each other or his neural interface suit, likely still concerned that their collective consciousness would die if they broke contact. He heard several clicks, and then the weight suddenly lifting from his back as the spent power cell in his back fell away, landing directly on top of his now discarded back armor panel and clattering off its surface, coming to rest next to it.
Okay, so once this new cell is loaded in, I'll have the helmet suite back and peripheral power.
Luke asked, since there was nothing more that he could do right now.
Yes. The Letgolo have been very efficient in threading and weaving the power conduits through the suit and removing the damaged components.
The Letgolo tentatively extending and protruding from the now open back to grasp the new power plant from the prototype resting on the workbench a few feet away, lifting it free and heaving it across the gap to mount squared in its intended location. There was a brief wobble through the suit as the power plant was mounted and some clicking as it was fitted. A few moments later he could feel the Letgolo repositioning. He heard a few more clicks and his entire chest panel fell away, thudding on the floor in front of him, the impact actually fracturing the deep melted and twisted wound on the front of the plate from his tangle with the camouflaged elite, the two halves of his chest now rocking away from one another.
Things are like power tools. How'd they separate the chest couplings?
Luke remarked to himself, impressed. Hades replied to the remark, sounding mildly repulsed.
They ate them.
Luke wasn't entirely sure how he felt about that. The knowledge these creatures could chew through titanium alloys and composites was more unsettling than he cared to mention. Luke tried to distract himself from the thought.
So you plan on using the suit to get the Condor online?
More or less.
Hades began as Luke stepped forward and lifted the new chest armor off the prototype and held it approximately at the right location.
The Condor systems require a primer charge to engage. The system is damaged, so the primer charge, even if given externally, will not succeed at activating the Condor's own power systems. You will need to directly jack the suit into the main breaker. There should be a compatible high-current cable jack on board.
The Letgolo reached across and took the chest plate from him, pulling it and locking it into place. He turned 180 degrees and took 2 steps backward, bringing him close to the prototype so the Letgolo could lift the new back armor panel into place and lock it down too.
Okay. I've got a boot up sequence,
Luke informed as he primed the HUD and watched the BIOS boot the suit's electronic suites.
Ha! We're back online!
With the suit's power back on and the HUD and helmet suites now active again, Hades could once again communicate to Luke directly through the suit and provide important information to his HUD. The new power plant was much more powerful than the power cells he'd previously had in this platform that required charging between every 12-hour shift. These seemed like they keep running for a seriously long time, particularly given the Letgolo had replaced the hydraulic and movement systems of the suit, meaning the power could be prioritized by peripheral systems, electronics, and helmet suites, which themselves take markedly less power to operate. A small indicator popped up onto its HUD instructing him to move to an elongated crate and pop the top open. Inside were 2 large, grey, roughly hexagonal-shaped alloy plates with highly extended lower faces. The outside of the crate had serial numbers and codes and a simple descriptor line, UA Pauldron Mark I ADS. The left pauldron of Luke's suit had been heavily damaged and partially melted since fighting through the city, but the other was in remarkably good condition. A diagnostic system popped up onto his HUD and began assessing the integrity of his suit. It identified the damaged pauldron and a prompt asking if he'd like to eject it to perform a field repair. He confirmed this, and a clunk sounded as the damaged pauldron was released and fell to the ground. He reached into the crate and lifted one of the pauldrons out, aided by the Legolo who were acting as the muscles of the suit. He hefted its weight into place and the system recognised it, and actuators locked the new pauldron in place. Use the other on your forearm, the new magnetic hardpoint should hold it, Hades suggested via a text string on his HUD. Luke looked at the new matte black panel on his left forearm, lifted the pauldron, balancing it precariously on the edge of the crate and laying it face down, pivoting across its corner. He tilted his arm and brought the magnetic hardpoint close to the pauldron. His arm thumped onto its surface as the connection was made. He lifted his arm up and made note that these two new panels were strikingly lighter than he expected. As if Hades had read his mind,
"These up-armored panels are a spaced armored titanium composite with a heat refractory coating. They'll provide you with additional protection without necessarily getting too in the way."
I can see the obvious motivation behind the shield.
Luke tilted his head in approval, noting the similarity now between himself and a Covenant hunter bearing a large shield on one arm. The Legolo rumbled and the translator spoke.
"Shield is useful. You thank us later."
Luke smiled to himself from the rather human interaction. Hades' voice spoke in his ear with notable concern.
"We may have another problem. There are 3 Covenant dropships moving on approach vectors to the hangar bay. Your upgrades are all but complete, but given this new problem, you may require a little something extra."
A waypoint popped up and he followed it to a bank of secure lockers near the door he had come through. Hades instructed.
"Activate that secure locker. Enter code 4878920114.
The front of the locker clicked open and retracted away as an automated panel moved forward and rotated 180 degrees, revealing a large, roughly cuboid-shaped grey device that looked not unlike his suit's forearm armour, with concealed vents along its side and various serial codes, with a matte black cube-like protrusion with 4 holes in its front face.
"Little extra firepower."
Hades' voice replied to the reveal with something approaching excitement. The device was obviously a weapon of some sort, but Luke was at a loss.
"What is this thing?"
Hades eagerly replied.
"A prototype weapon. A quad-barreled phased plasma fusel, to be specific. Rather than converting xeon gas to plasma as with Covenant weaponry, requiring both high energy and a reserve of xeon gas, this weapon uses the air itself as the gaseous medium, phase-changing it from gas to plasma inside the body of the weapon itself. It then electromagnetically encapsulates, accelerates, and ejects the plasma rounds from the barrel at high velocity. It fires in a fully automatic firing mode, cycling between each barrel, or can fire a single charged shot, where all 4 barrels fire simultaneously, their projectiles combining in transit and striking with much more kinetic and thermal energy. However, the weapon has to vent and cool down before being ready to fire again, so use it wisely, won't you?"
"Will do."
Luke confirmed the obvious question now dawning on him.
"How the hell do I hold it?"
"Ah, yes."
Hades replied, followed by alien speech that Luke now recognized as the Legolo's language, emerging from the terminal's speaker. The Legolo shifted around and he felt movement, pressure, and clicking in his right elbow as the entire forearm and gauntlet of his suit slipped off, leaving a cuff of metal plating and the exoframe of his right arm just below the elbow exposed, and a few Legolo retreating back up into the bicep area. Luke reached out to the weapon and picked it up, turning it over between his bare hand and the armoured glove of his left arm, before noticing an opening in the back of the cuboid section. It was indeed a forearm for his suit.
"Are you serious?"
"Quite. The weapon integrates directly into the right forearm armor."
He reached down inside and found a handle with an obvious trigger. The Legolo extended out of the upper arm again, pulling the new components snugly into place. A few clicks sounding as they mated the joint together and attached it to the power conduits inside of the suit, and then resumed their position as the muscles of the suit. Luke took a moment to look at the upgrades.
"You're literally turning me into one of you, aren't you?"
The Legolo rumbled a reply.
"We know this. It works."
"Allow me to run a quick diagnostic of the suit."
A series of processes popped into his HUD as Hades reported back the results.
"Suit hull integrity back to 100%. Intelligent magnetic holsters are functional. new left pauldron is seated correctly and impromptu up-armoring on left forearm is secured, with the mag hardpoint showing minimal current draw. Electronic systems are all online. Environment interface suit functional. Energy plant operating at 100%, core operating temperature stable. Quad-barreled plasma fusel mounted soundly and drawing from the high current conduits.
Luke nodded in satisfaction as he caught a reflection of himself in the glass once more. The suit was still the hulking, alloy grey armoured exoskeleton he'd grown used to seeing, but now with a more angular chest plate, a much smaller back unit, with 2 intake vents over his shoulders to cool the much more efficient power plant. Matte black mag panels on his waist armour and thighs, the occasional sight of orange flesh of the Legolo between the plates of the suit, and what looked like an up-armoured shield covering his left shoulder, upper arm and forearm, with enough titanium composite that he could hunker down behind it and only really have his lower legs and right arm exposed, which itself now had no visible hand, but instead a large boxy weapon. He looked like a much shorter, heavily industrialised UNSC version of a Covenant hunter.
Condor system diagnosis and repairs completed. I'll begin moving the Condor from storage to the landing pad. Covenant dropships are nearly here. Head back to the hangar and hold them back.
Luke leant into his motion and the Legolo responded to his input flawlessly, and they began walking out of the research lab. One thing he immediately noticed was that the suit felt significantly lighter, even with the additions that had been made. The now discarded back unit must have carried most of the weight. Either that or the Legolo was stronger. They navigated through the corridors and stepped through the double doors into the hangar bay as 2 phantom dropships glided in through the open hangar bay doors. Luke backed out into the darkened corridor once more, but held the door ajar with one hand to keep an eye on the dropships and stay clear of their plasma weapons. The room was immense, but immediately felt claustrophobic as the 2 alien crafts came to an eerie hover, their cannons scanning the room for targets before a large group of Covenant forces deployed from the glowing aperture in the craft's bellies, initially gliding as if being slowed by an invisible force, and then once clear of the glow, freefalling the remaining few meters to the hangar bay's landing pad. No sooner had the troops touched down did the Phantoms quickly tilt their noses up and retreated backward out of the hangar bay at surprising speed before pivoting and screaming off into the distance. The Covenant troops quickly fanned out across the hangar bay. 4 jackals with long-barreled rifles jumped incredible distances into the gantries, entirely bypassing the staircases, with one hopping onto the roof of the control centre before jumping across to some of the support struts running along the ceiling of the hangar bay. Another group of 5 jackals with plasma pistols stayed close to each other and advanced across the landing pad before hopping down and patrolling the floor, their shield gauntlets not yet active. A dozen grunts spread out to various corners of the hangar bay as a group of 4 elites stood defiantly in the centre of the hangar bay. One of the grunts moving nearby cocked its head in Luke's direction. He stepped back quickly and quietly, allowing the 2-inch jar to swing closed. Unsure if he had been spotted, he took a few steps backwards, keeping close to the wall. A red waypoint winked up on his HUD with the text "Target" and a distance counter in meters. He watched the waypoint moving closer to the other side of the door. Hades could see inside the hangar and was tracking the target as it closed on his position. It reached the door and the door slowly began opening. Luke stepped up behind it and watched as it opened wide, the shallow silhouette of a grunt moving through the door still obscured by the door itself. It let the door go and it swung closed, revealing a grunt standing with his back to him, looking down the corridor, before it pivoted to turn to him. Luke sprang into action, aided by the Legolo, and grabbed the thing's face mask, ripping it off. The grunt let out a yelp as methane gas vented from the damaged hoses. He expected the thing to attack, to try to save its own life, but it pivoted and began running towards the double doors. It smashed while the doors opened so hard it splintered, and drew the attention of every member of its cohort, as Luke, driven by what almost felt like a primal urge, lifted his left shield and brought it down in a bone-crunching blow onto the creature's skull, flattening it to the floor. The hangar bay erupted into chaos and movement. Luke brought the shield across his body and hunkered down behind it as plasma rounds splashed across its surface. Thumbing the weapon's internal power button, a few lights glowed on the weapon and a prompt appeared on his HUD reading "Prototype weapon coming online." As the weapon began to hum softly, a wireframe silhouette of the weapon appeared in the upper right of his HUD and a targeting reticle scanned across the HUD as he lined up a shot on a group of grunts and squeezed the trigger. The weapon began firing large bolts of purple plasma cycling between the 4 barrels of the gun and cut them down quickly. 2 blue-white beams slammed into his shield and ricocheted off, the air crackling as the beams dissipated. Luke adjusted his aim and sent a volley of plasma to the source of the shots. The purple rounds impacted the railing, the gantry walkway, and the jackal holding the beam rifle. A bright flash of purple engulfed the creature, turning it to carbon as the walkway sagged under the heat. Several shots struck him in the side as the jackals had now flanked him and activated their shield gauntlets and were moving towards him with their shields partially overlapping, firing as they advanced. He peppered the front of their shields with plasma as their shields began turning from cool blue to yellow. This was going to take too long and he was still taking fire. 2 green high-velocity rounds sliced through the air next to him, followed by a third that slapped into his chest. This prompted him to duck into the limited cover provided by some shipping crates. He took a few moments to watch the heat monitor under his weapon icon drop down to 0, indicating the weapon was cooling efficiently, then stepped back out of cover long enough to overcharge fire the fusel. A bright purple glow coalesced inside the weapon, growing brighter as each barrel in turn filled with plasma, before lancing forward and smashing into the center jackal's shield. The purple plasma exploded, splashing across the area and wiping out the phalanx. A wave of heat and pressure washed past Luke, leaving behind smooth, partially melted deck plates, carbon black sooting, and some barely recognizable corpses. He ducked back into cover and watched the weapon's heat monitor glowing red and the weapon venting excess heat from the vents on its sides, causing the air to waver. After a few seconds, the heat dissipated and the weapon was ready to fire again. He stepped back out of cover and quickly moved across the room, the elites at the center of the landing pad firing on him constantly, causing him to keep ducking into cover. He moved to the far right of the room and surprised a rabble of grunts. He gunned down a few of them and swept the others aside with a powerful backhanded swing of the shield, its body tumbling along the ground at speed and coming to a very abrupt stop as it wrapped around one of the landing pad's stubby supports. He ducked into cover just under the lip of the landing pad, steering clear of the elite's gunfire. A waypoint winked onto his HUD, highlighted as the Condor. It was on its final approach on the lifting rails towards the hangar bay, only a few hundred meters away. His sight was immediately refocused as an elite jumped down from the landing pad, landing 4 meters away. Facing him, it leveled its weapon, and Luke surged forward. It managed a couple of shots before he collided with it at full force. The elite stumbled backward, opening a gap between them that Luke immediately closed again, lifting the creature off its feet and running it back first into the adjacent wall. Shots splashed over his back, and the heat inside his suit began to rise. The elite began pushing back against him. He felt the Letgolo almost subliminally asking him to let them loose. Luke granted it and relaxed. The Letgolo took over. With a lift of the shield, they lifted the elite off the ground over the top of them, pivoting on one foot and bringing it back down to the floor with a shield at incredible speed. The elite let out a pain-stricken bellow as it was silenced by a single point-blank shot of purple plasma to its open and still screaming maw. The elites on the landing pad spread out and began advancing on his position. Several shots struck him from in front, behind, and from above. They fired some suppressive shots to the elites and then took the brief lull of gunfire to gun down another group of grunts, and one of the other jackals on the gantry. An elite re-emerged from cover and advanced with the clear goal of seeking cover again much closer. The Letgolo and Luke together moved forward to meet it and cut it off, dropping the left shoulder. The elite howled and attempted to adjust its trajectory before the shield swung out and sent the elite skidding along the floor in the direction it had come. The blow popped its energy shields in a single strike, and it was still attempting to recover. A flurry of purple plasma ended it where it lay. A shot struck him in the shoulder from almost directly above. The shot burned into a gap between the pauldron and the chest, and Luke felt the heat burn his shoulder, and the Letgolo were evidently hurt as well. A trickle of bright orange blood leaked from the wound and dribbled down the right side of the chest plate. Luke craned his neck. Another red waypoint winked on, indicating the enemy's position. He lifted his weapon and fired 4 shots that melted the support strut the jackal was inhabiting. It dived free but miscalculated its jump, freefalling the height of the hangar bay and slamming into the floor on its right side. A loud snap echoed out from the impact, and the creature struggled to get back up. It clawed over its weapon, likely to fire on him in a prone position, but 2 shots impacted its lower abdomen and splashed up the length of its body. When the plasma and heat trails had cleared, the jackal was a pair of legs attached loosely to what used to be its pelvis and lower abdominal cavity. The sight was nauseating, but not as much as Luke was expecting. 6 more red enemy markers winked onto his HUD. 2 elites, 1 jackal, and 3 grunts remained. The two elites were in cover and he could hear them loudly talking to each other. A loose translation echoed through his speakers. They were calling for help. They needed to get out of here soon. So long their luck had held, but every moment they were engaged in combat was a moment closer to a mistake that could cost them their lives. He had to end this quickly. The three grunts had emerged from cover and were firing plasma and pink crystalline projectiles at him. Most were wide, but their aim was getting better. A single crystal shard impacted the edge of the shield and then detonated, sending tiny splinters of purple crystal shooting out in all directions with a puff of pink energy. A piece clipped off of its visor, leaving a deep scratch in its surface. The edge of the shield now had a noticeable chunk missing. He couldn't afford to be hit with too many of them. He lifted the shield and quickly strafed, firing as he went. One of the grunt's methane-carrying backpacks ignited and sent him careening into one of his friends before rocketing off like a spinning top and smashing into a wall. The other grunts were still recovering when he gunned them down and slipped back into cover. The jackals were at opposite corners of the hangar. The weapon's normal fire wouldn't likely reach them from this distance without them evading. Perhaps a partial overcharge shot to the gantries would be enough. It was worth a go. Luke stepped out of cover, aimed on the first jackal, and began a charge. Before the weapon had fully charged for the shot, he let it fly. Two of the barrels burped purple plasma that arced across the room. He pivoted 180 degrees, charging as he went before sighting up. The weapon burped another blob of plasma, and he took 2 green rounds, one smashing into his shield and the other glancing off of his upper shoulder blade, causing him to rock forward. The 2 partially charged shots smashed into the gantry, causing them to warp under the heat and killing the 2 jackals. A loud metallic rumble sounded as the blast doors high above on the wall sheathed open, and from the darkness beyond, the outline of a condor moved forward, the lights of the hangar revealing it from nose to tail as the craft was carried along the ceiling tracks to a position directly above the landing pad. It rotated 90 degrees, nose now facing towards the hangar bay doors and the mountain range beyond, and descended towards the landing pad. Now he had just 2 elites to deal with, who were repositioning as the condor took dominion over the landing pad. He fired on them to try to catch one before it made its cover. The other tossed a plasma grenade towards him. It slapped into the ground 3 feet in front of him and let out a high-pitched whistle. He didn't have time to get clear. He put his shield between him and the grenade as it detonated. Heat and light washed over him. The blast threw him backwards, slamming him into a crate and falling forward onto his front. The heat dissipated. Luke could feel his lower legs were burning and the temperature inside his suit was almost intolerable. He shook off the disorientation as plasma rounds peppered onto the deck next to him. He rolled to his left and dragged himself into cover. The boots and lower leg armour had taken a severe beating, with one of the greaves very discoloured, showing clear and bright metal alloy through the now carbonised grey. The shield was still glowing cherry red, cooling from the intense heat. The harder angles of the shield had been smoothed somewhat, but otherwise it seemed relatively unaffected. The refractory coating was evidently doing its job. The suit's cooling system fully engaged and dropped the internal temperature back down. Luke felt the cooling quickly spread across his body, soothing the burns to his extremities. He got to his feet, staying low and ready to engage them once more. He was surprised when the elites flanked him and began firing. He jumped clear and turned and fired on the elite closer to him. Its shields flared and it tried to duck to evade the fire. The other elite closed in. He felt the Legolo act on his behalf, swinging the shield and striking the other elite. Luke saw the light of its energy shields flicker and fade. He span to it and fired a burst of 6 rounds. The elite couldn't react in time and it crumpled under the barrage. The other elite had ducked into cover. 1-on-1, there was no competition. Luke thundered over to its cover. The elite dived out to engage him, and he hit it with his shield arm. It stumbled backwards, dropping its weapon. It grabbed for the chrome handle of an energy sword, but before it could light it, Luke fired an overcharged bolt center mass. The alien came apart, leaving a pool of purple blood and viscera, warped and damaged body armor hanging loosely around a spine and half a ribcage. And with that, the battle appeared to be over, until Hades reported.
Reinforcements are en route. We need to act quickly.
Luke walked the fronting Yggdrasil-Lekgolo hybrid over to the Condor, still attached to the carriage that dropped it to the deck. He pulled the emergency release handle on the Condor's troop bay door and it slowly opened, dropping to the deck under its own weight and becoming a ramp into the troop bay. The magnetic carriage lift detached from the Condor and retracted back into the cradle high above. Luke activated his helmet lights, which cut through the darkness inside as he boarded.
Once the Condor is booted back up, I will be able to remote pilot it and set it on escape trajectory. I'll leave a subroutine running to get you clear of the colony undetected, and then jump to slipspace on a randomized vector, observing the Cole protocol, of course, before jumping again to the nearest active star system. And then drop a distress beacon.
Hades briefly covered the plan.
Move to the forward pressure cabin.
Outside, Luke could hear the telltale sound of another Phantom dropship approaching. He moved through to the cabin between the troop bay and the cockpit, following Hades' instructions.
Remove panel A3. That's the main breaker. Above your head is a storage box, SB03. Inside is the jumper cable. Plug it into the breaker.
Luke followed the instructions as quickly as he could manage. The tighter space made moving a little more cumbersome, particularly with the shield, and being able to only handle things with his left hand. The sound of the Phantom grew suddenly louder as it entered the hangar bay, hovering above the Condor. Thuds echoed through the Condor's hull as Covenant troops deployed directly on top of them.
Drop the fusel and plug the cable into the main conduit.
Before Luke could do anything, a jackal appeared around the edge of the Condor's troop bay and fired at him. He leveled his weapon and fired back. The jackal's shields took the shots, but one managed to make it past and caused it to recoil, exposing itself and thus being gunned down by the shot glass-sized purple plasma rounds. Luke looked back to the cable hanging out of the breaker. It had taken a hit and badly damaged a section of it, still dripping melted rubber and copper.
Oh, cable's been fried. I can't boot up the Condor.
Two grunts tried their luck and attempted to rush the troop bay. Luke fired a few shots, and their smoking bodies tumbled back down the ramp. That's when Luke felt the Letgolo tremble. This time, their voice came over his helmet speakers.
We help. It will not be pleasant.
The Letgolo detached the fusel weapon from inside and it dropped to the deck. A single Letgolo extended from their inherited home between the armor plates and the internal exoframe. It grabbed hold of the jumper cable in its small mandibles and removed it. The Letgolo reared back and then forced its mandibles into the breaker's port. A surge of energy flowed through the suit. Luke could feel the Letgolo reeling as they conducted energy from the power plant directly into the Condor's circuits. His body buzzed with stabbing electrical currents as Hades' voice chimed in over his helmet speakers.
Whatever you're doing, it's working, but you'll have to keep connection for a few more seconds.
Luke could almost sense the Letgolo understanding what had been asked, but otherwise unable to reply. Hades finally spoke.
Condor booting sequence initiated. Power plant cycling up.
The Letgolo withdrew its mandibles from the breaker. As the lights in the Condor came on, Luke noticed its outer flesh now darkened and cracked in places. It withdrew into the suit, and the others replaced it, helping pick up and secure the weapon once more, just as more Covenant rounded the edge of the troop bay. Luke and the Letgolo walked out to meet them, firing as they went.
There's a Covenant cruiser heading towards the facility. They're likely going to glass it,
Hades announced over his helmet speakers. Luke nodded in acknowledgement as the final fell, and as Luke relaxed, an impact smashed into his side, sending him tumbling across the landing pad and slipping off the edge, falling 2 meters to the floor below. He shook off the impact and began getting up as one of the large ape-like brutes appeared at the edge of the landing pad, wearing crimson armor with large tusked helmet, and carrying what looked like a large-bore short-barreled weapon with a massive bayonet. It grinned and turned the weapon to him. It fired as he brought his shield up. The massive round slammed into the shield and detonated like a grenade, forcing him backwards 2 steps. A moment later, another struck, then another. Before he knew it, he was backpedaling, trying desperately to get some distance as the rounds kept coming. He got to cover and the room fell silent. Another target waypoint winked on and showed the target moving towards him. He waited and circled around his cover quietly as he could. He emerged behind it. It span and swung its bayonet at him, cleaving a deep cut into his chest plate. Luke kept close to it, parrying and blocking a series of strikes and slashes as sparks and chips of metal alloy splintered. The brute slipped the tip of the blade between the plates of his abdomen and pressed it forward. The blade cut through some Letgolo, penetrating deep into the suit and cutting into his abdomen. Luke grunted in pain and then struck the brute in the head with his right forearm. The beast recoiled and then came straight back at him. Luke began charging his weapon, struck it with his shield to create a little distance, which gave the brute the distance to level its weapon. Luke fired first. The air between them thickened. There was a bright flash of white, a wash of heat and pressure, and the hangar fell silent once more. A pair of armoured legs lay on the floor. The upper torso, arms, and head were a few meters away, still clutching its weapon. The plasma had struck it at its midsection and explosively vaporized the liquids of its tissues, blowing the beast in half.
Another dropship inbound.
We'll hold them off.
Luke spoke with confidence, but knowing full well he was injured, he just didn't know how bad. Luke quickly climbed the stairs to the control room. Several of the windows had shattered from the combat. He hit one of them out and readied as the Phantom entered the hangar bay. In the distance behind it, the Covenant ship approached, visible through the ash and cloud as a darkened silhouette, glowing along its edges. The Phantom came to a hover above the Condor. The Condor's troop bay door lifted and sealed, likely to keep unwanted guests away from sensitive equipment. The Phantom strafed to the side slightly and two massive figures dropped from underneath. The Phantom pivoted and exited, leaving two hunters standing in the room. They immediately noticed him stood in the control center. Luke leveled his weapon and then froze. On the shield of one was a long gouge, and a still silvery dent adorned the chest of the other. These were the same creatures who fired on his home, who caused its collapse, who killed his mother. Luke felt a rage build in his chest, but before he could act on it, one of the hunters fired a large ball of plasma at the control center. The impact and explosion crippled the room, causing it to buckle. The floor fell out from beneath him, and he found himself falling a dozen meters to the floor. Remembering what it was like the last time he fell this distance, he prepared himself for the worst. The impact came, and the Legolo absorbed the impact. He felt his guts drop into his pelvis and rebound back into his chest before settling. He ached a little, but otherwise, he was fine. The Legolo had taken the impact substantially better than the exoskeleton systems had. He recovered quickly to see one of the hunters, the one with the dent to the chest plate, advancing on him, hitting crates clear as it approached in a steady, lumbering walk. Luke stood, and the thing grabbed him with its assault cannon arm, lifting him clear off the floor, muzzle of the weapon pressed into his chest. The assault cannon had 4 devices on the front that he had previously thought were muzzle brakes or to assist in firing, but had just discovered they were in fact fingers. The hunter seemed to be inspecting him. He tried to struggle free, but realized the Legolo were not responding to him. The hunter rumbled, bobbing its head from side to side, seemingly gazing inside of the suit with its impassive green glowing eyes. Its head extended further from its body, coming in closer to Luke, gazing between the armor plates of the suit and spying others of its kind inside. He almost felt a phrase pop up into his head. Be still. Luke realized in this moment that it was one thing him and the Legolo fighting against Covenant troops who were shooting at them, but it was another thing entirely, encountering members of its own kind. The Legolo seemed to not really react that much to the hunter's presence, having no idea if this was a good or bad sign. He looked into the eyes of the hunter as it inspected him, the images of his mother's demise flashing through his head once more, the grief, the rage, boiling in his chest. Luke closed his eyes, trying to banish the graphic images, the fabrications of his imagination, the fear, the doubt, the grief, and in the noise of his thoughts, a sudden silence emerged, and his mum's voice cut through the darkness.
You're gonna do amazing things. I love you.
Luke felt the words hit home. He felt lightning fire down his spine and pool in his chest. The Legolo flexed in reply, and in a moment so fast he would have missed it if he weren't connected to it. His right arm blurred into motion, shoved the black barrel of his weapon into the collar of the hunter's chest plate, and fired an overcharged shot. The sound was muffled, the flash suppressed. The hunter collapsed, and its armor fell apart, as the Legolo were either destroyed or ejected from the hunter, dropping him to the ground in the process. The Bond brother bellowed a war cry and began firing his assault cannon in rapid-fire configuration, its eyes blazing a brighter green than he'd ever seen them. Luke recovered as quickly as he could. It brought its shield, still bearing the deep gouge across its chest, and swung. The shield made contact, sending him flying across the room and smashing into the deck. The hunter fired its cannon in a long stream that Luke only just managed to scramble clear of as the plasma melted the deck plates he was just laying on. The hunter continued unfazed, smashing crates and debris from the control center aside. He stepped out of cover and fired on the hunter. Purple plasma splashed across the massive shield and cobalt armor, but it continued closing the gap. He primed an overcharge and fired again. The massive round splashed over the shield, exploiting the structural defect in its surface, causing the shield to buckle and melt. The shield fell away, leaving a massive, flexing, gauntleted hand behind. The gap finally closed, and Luke swung his own shield with everything he had. The Lekgolo tensed and amplified his strength in symbiosis and slammed his shield across the chest of the hunter, knocking it off its feet. The Lekgolo inside the armor separated and swarmed across the floor. Luke fired upon them, trying to thin out their numbers, as they swarmed into the armor of its fallen brother, reincarnating it before his eyes as it fully took form and stormed towards him once more. Luke lifted his arm, but the fusel fell free. Lekgolo quickly extended from the breach, and Luke realized what they were doing almost intuitively. He stepped forward to the abandoned assault cannon and dropped to a knee to retrieve it. Lekgolo wove into the breech of the weapon, lifting it off the ground and heaving it into place. A barrage of green plasma spat from the weapon's muzzle, the powerful recoil of the weapon vibrating throughout the suit. The shots splashed over the hunter, heating its armor to a glow and peeling away layers as it closed on him, firing its own cannon. Luke lifted the shield to protect him, mirroring the hunter as it approached at speed. The Lekgolo switched the cannon to a powerful stream that soaked the shield and the chest of the hunter as it drew closer. Dozens of its eel-like constituents burned and fell from the hunter's immense form, pouring litres of fluorescent orange blood onto the deck. Then finally the stream stopped, and a single, massive glowing shot charged to the weapon's muzzle. The hunter lifted its shield high into the air, ready to smash Luke and the Lekgolo into the ground. The distance closed. Time seemed to slow down. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3, 2. The massive orb of green plasma trembling at the weapon's muzzle and vibrating up his arm, discharged. Luke felt the ground beneath his boots sliding under the treads as the force of the blast slid him backwards a few meters. The haze cleared, electrical arcs of plasma discharging. The smoke cleared, and the second hunter lay flat on its back, a hole a meter across burned through its chest. Dozens or so Lekgolo still moving around the ground. The Lekgolo in his suit rumbled a loud roar. The Lekgolo on the ground moved closer.
They join us. We defeat them.
The Lekgolo's voice spoke inside his helmet. From this he could surmise a few things. 1. Lekgolo culture and anatomy was a complete mystery to him. 2. Individual Lekgolo seemed not to have any particular loyalties one way or the other. And 3. Things were about to get significantly more cramped. After all that had happened, all the times the Lekgolo could have killed him, betrayed him, or simply taken control and puppeted him around, but every time they chose not to instead cooperate, to work together, and after all of that, he actually trusted them, more than he trusted members of his own species.
We subsume, they become.
Luke voiced a simple, permissive word.
Okay.
The Lekgolo on the ground moved closer and found the gaps between the armor plates and moved to join the colony. Luke could feel them adjusting and interacting, almost buzzing with activity as new members assimilated and became part of the whole. Then the colony settled down, and instead, he felt their calm pressure. At that moment, what sounded like an explosion from above boomed out in all directions, but didn't dissipate. The room shook, and dust began raining down from above, seeping from between the cracks of the ceiling panels. The ambient heat in the area began climbing. They must be glassing the mountain, trying to get to the facility. They ran to the condor as a panel fell loose from the ceiling, pulling sections of support struts down with them. A shower of debris fell on the floor next to the condor.
Hades, we're at the ship.
The condor's troop bay doors began to open. Luke risked a look to the ceiling above and could see the rough-hewn rock face above cracking and splintering. Rocks and boulders shaken free and shattering upon impact to the ground. A massive chunk fell free and completely obliterated the remains of the control center, now a mass of twisted metal, glass and rock, blocking the only entrance to the room that wasn't the hangar bay door. A section of rock above the condor began glowing, and between the cracks that were forming, molten rock began to drip. A section cracked open wider, and a stream of magma fell towards the deck. The troop bay door dropped open enough to step inside. Luke watched as the magma pooled on the landing pad and began flowing over the side.
Close the door! Close the door!
The door eased closed and he span to walk to the cramped cockpit. The ship suddenly lurched and rocked over. The landing pad had weakened and failed under the weight and heat of the lava now free-flowing into the hangar bay. Luke regained his footing and made the last few steps to the cockpit door that slid open as he approached. Inside, he found 2 tandem chairs.
Please engage the autopilot. It's the switch on the center console 4 rows down and 3 right of the pilot's chair.
Luke looked over the panel following his direction and engaged the autopilot.
There, done. Now what?
A holotank next to the pilot chair turned on and Hades' avatar appeared.
Hold on.
The Condor's engine cycled up. Dozens of settings and codes played across the screens in the cockpit. After a few moments, the Condor's engines throttled and it lifted off of the landing pad, immediately correcting for its uneven liftoff and began easing forward.
You may want to take a seat.
Luke nodded and climbed into a co-pilot chair, which had only just enough room to seat him. The ship cleared the hangar bay doors and immediately angled nose down and began gaining speed as it cruised down the side of the mountain, sometimes within feet of the craggy surface.
Our ascent is going to have to be rather rapid.
What? Why?
Luke asked as the ground below grew closer alarmingly fast. Hades suddenly brought the Condor's nose up, forcing Luke down into the seat before lifting its nose and pointing directly skyward, pushing the thrusters to max. The G-forces pressing him into his seat shifted to his back as the ship continued to accelerate.
The call protocol has to be observed. I must destroy my databanks. Covenant forces have made their way inside. We cannot allow enemy forces to gain access to information that may lead them to other colonies.
How are you going to do that?
Hades' hologram began becoming distorted and his speech partially fractured. Outside the cockpit, the ash and cloud gave way to a crisp blue sky, which rapidly began to darken. A comm channel snapped open in his helmet.
I have repositioned the orbital defense platform, Heracles. I will fire a single Mach round at the data cluster. It will ensure the cull protocol is observed.
Wait! What happens to you?
Luke suddenly worried for him. The Let-Golo rumbled around him.
Calm down.
We'll also detonate the reactor beneath the UNSC base. Adjusting burn.
Hades added, the line becoming increasingly static-filled. Luke had to ask the question he wasn't sure he wanted the answer to.
Are you going to die?
Hades ignored the question.
G-forces are increasing. You may lose consciousness.
Luke felt the G-forces send his head swimming. The edges of his vision resolved to grey and his vision began narrowing. Around him, the Let-Golo rumbled again.
This feels unusual.
Luke wrestled with his narrowing vision and dulling senses, and managed to squeeze out another sentence as he finally lost his sight entirely.
No. Wait. Hades. What happens to you?
The last thing he heard before he slipped into unconsciousness was the scream of the Condor's engines, and Hades' ever calm and stoic tone speak in his ears.
Just as the ancient myths of old.
Chapter 9. Elysian Fields. All was still and silent in orbit high above the surface of Plusios. Far removed from the noise and chaos that was raging on the surface, space high above knew nothing of the worldly concerns of those on the surface, and knew only the eternal certitude of infinite time and space. While activity bustled nearby as numerous immense predatory ships cruised through space, rippling the fabric of space-time as their enormous masses and tidal gravity repulsor engines distorted reality in their wake, they left no other evidence they were ever there. No sound could travel, no smells could permeate, too distant to touch and soon even further to visibly see. Out here everything was stable, predictable, never-ending. Low orbit was a different story. Atmosphere occasionally reached out to touch that realm. Disturbances, rapidly moving orbitals, both natural and artificial satellites, streaked through space to maintain their altitude, lest they dive into the atmosphere and ignite in a chaotic, dizzying starburst of flame, bright light and debris. The remnants of UNSC ships, Covenant ships, fighters, satellites, even elements of the space tether tumbled in low orbit, losing velocity to be consumed by the planet's atmosphere and returned to dust. But out here, in geostationary orbit, everything was still and silent. Orbiting at the same velocity as the planet turned, only the stars, and more immediately the local star itself, wheeled across the sky, but again on the same stable, predictable trajectories. The orbital defense platform, one of only 3 completed around the planet, with a dozen more still at various states of assembly, had similarly come to equilibrium with the surrounding space. Still and silent. Its docking ring was twisted, broken and damaged. The station had taken significant fire from Covenant seraphs. The main bridge was derelict. It had been targeted with several direct hits from heavy plasma bombardment, splitting it open and venting it to space. Inside, most of the consoles, floors, walls and glass ceilings were coated in a thin layer of frozen water vapour, left over from the decompression. Most of the crew had too been sucked into space, but a few bodies lay where they fell, puffy, swollen and blue. Near the front of the bridge, a hollow tank flickered, and above it materialized a Greek god. Hades' sandals settled onto its surface, seemingly gazing around the bridge. He turned on the spot and looked out to the great void beyond. The cold white light from the sun was reflecting off the monolithic main gun of the platform and through the gaping hole in the bridge windows. Hades closed his eyes, as if basking in its glorious radiance, and then raised his arms. The station's positional thrusters fired a sustained burst. The view outside suddenly began wheeling around, the sudden, dominating presence of the colony of Plusios rising beyond the main gun. The thrusters fired a corrective burn, and the station slowed to a stop. Plusios' relative position now directly above the station. Hades opened his eyes and let his arms drop to his side. He craned his head upward and looked down upon his homeworld sternly. He mouthed a reply to an unheard question, and in the vacuum his reply was equally silent, his lips forming the shapes necessary for the words, "I have repositioned the orbital defense platform Heracles. I will fire a single Mach round at the data cluster. It will ensure the Cole protocol is observed." Hades continued to gaze at the truly magnificent sight. Though large portions of the surface of the planet were now ablaze, there were still beautiful azure blues of oceans, verdant greens of lush landmasses, strips of angular, craggy mountain ranges and sprawling deserts and dominating tundras at the poles. White, wispy clouds mingled with the darker, ashen masses, and portions of its surface glowed an angry red. For all the chaos, it was truly very beautiful from up here, removed from the noise and horrors. He made some fine adjustments to the Heracles' position, splintered off a subroutine that would cycle up the platform's main weapon and fire a shot when needed. He took one last lingering look at his home in all its grandeur, before transferring back to the systems in the belly of the UNSC facility named Olympus. His avatar winked into existence on a dust-covered holotable. He strolled down its length, bringing systems online with a wave of his hand, disabling failsafes and enabling an assurance contingency. The reactor powering the base began a runaway destabilization. Hades answered another unheard question that rang against the walls of the room.
We'll also detonate the reactor beneath the UNSC base.
He double-checked everything was in place, making a fine adjustment to the widebands before retreating once more. His awareness was suddenly filled with the various sensor arrays, thrust and flight controls, readings and interface systems of the Condor. The connection was no longer fast enough to support his physical manifestations. Instead, he opened a line of communication once more with the comms arrays of the fronting Yggdrasil exoskeleton Luke was inhabiting. Luke's heart rate was strong but fast. He was showing clear indication of various sustained injuries, but nothing life-threatening.
Adjusting burn.
Hades spoke into his helmet speakers. He withdrew partially and checked on the Legolo. They were showing some discomfort and confusion at the forces at play aboard the Condor. The ships it was used to travelling on likely held some inertial dampening or artificially induced reconciling gravity or stasis fields, so this was likely a rather novel experience for them. He withdrew again. Hades manifested once more on the holodisplay of his data center. Several Covenant dropships had entered the breach in the far corner and ferried troops to the data center itself. So far they were looking through storage units and searching for spoils, utterly unaware the most valuable prize they could seize was in the form of data, coursing through his databanks. In spite of his impending fate, he ran a purge, scuttling all critical information held in the data center, but keeping his comms arrays and core matrix online. In the back of his mind, he felt the Heracles fire. The subroutine he left there, scuttling the databases aboard and then arranging its own deletion. One by one, the 3 dumb AI cores that supported him confirmed their respective data reserves were successfully purged and scuttled. He initiated final dispensation for each of the 3 heads, as he'd come to call them. They'd been loyal, diligent, and immensely useful. They had brought him a great many more years than most smart AIs have the luxury to enjoy. They each sounded off a goodbye, as their core logic imploded, and their programming corrupted, broke down, and dissolved. Hades honoured their departure with a bow of his head.
G-forces are increasing. You may lose consciousness.
A jackal span its head in his direction, its bird-like movement flitting from one position to the next, keeping its eyes fixed on his avatar. The Heracles shot would make landfall in 11 seconds. He had time. He looked skyward, dissolved his avatar and dove through the circuits under the city to Olympus. He rerouted through the facility, checking the status on the reactor. Everything was in order. He entered the comms relays, taking an instant to view the Covenant cruiser, its glassing beam now fully blown through the top of the col of the mountain, hot, ionized air and magma flowing freely out of the still open hangar bay doors. He rode the wideband back up to the Heracles. He manifested once more on the bridge, looking up at that glorious sight one last time. A ping tickled the back of his mind. He took in the sight, closing his eyes and smiling, as he sent a fragment back down the line to inspect the ping. It transferred through one of the arrays on Olympus and out another. It entered the system's ping location and dove through layers of code and compartmentalization, and opened an access way to a sealed system. It sparked to life and pinged an echo back to Hades, still aboard the Heracles. His eyes snapped open and he smiled, mouthing silently into the vacuum. Just as the ancient myths of old.
Hades realized at this instant that due to the fundamental constant of the speed of light, there would be a moment immediately after the impact of the Heracles round that his data center, his core logic, would no longer exist, and for those few moments, he would exist upon the bridge of the Heracles as a ghost, an incorporeal phantom, waiting for causality to catch up with him. It would be a minuscule amount of time in human terms, but as an AI capable of thinking 1,000,000 times faster than his biological counterpart, and thus perceiving time as moving so much slower, it'd be a noticeable elapse. He quickly ran the calculations.
The round is away. A perfect arc. A perfect end. The instant the Mac round left the Heracles, I knew. Not by sight, not by sound, by certainty. A truth written in gravity and velocity and purpose. My data core, buried beneath the broken city, would imminently be gone, and yet for exactly 119 milliseconds, I would remain suspended, echoing projected. For one final breathless moment, I will exist outside of causality itself. A phantom straining against the inevitable tide of the universe. I would be able to reach out across systems that no longer remembered me. I could trace subroutines that no longer had anchors. No pain, no fear, only wonder. Would I flicker and vanish, like a candle guttering in the dark? Or would I simply freeze, forever posed in this moment of half-death, my last thought etched into failing systems until entropy took me? A ghost without a grave. I could feel the Heracles reactors humming in distant defiance. They would not know that I was already a corpse wrapped in light, and yet they may yet sustain me, or rather, my incorporeal remains. And should I freeze, strangled in aborted processes with no resolution, I would remain this way until the Heracles reactors consume the last of their fuel, and finally, mercifully, they'd give me peace. Would I be able to board the boat? Would Charon ferry me home at long last? Or would I be left standing on the banks for all eternity? The god of the Underworld, stranded in limbo. I could feel the first fray of myself unraveling before it arrived. The Heracles round dived amongst the skeletal remains of my city, the ground rapidly rising to greet it in a torturous embrace of inevitability. A silence deeper than silence approaching. And then...
The Heracles' 3,000-ton tungsten ferric slug streaked from the heavens at hypersonic speed like a lightning bolt and made landfall. A bright white light shone out in all directions, and as it dissipated, a dome of debris expanded outward from the impact site at supersonic speeds. A crater 3 kilometers deep and 7 wide lay where much of the city of New Pylos once stood. What buildings hadn't been vaporized had been splintered into a million pieces and was now being ejected in all directions. Buildings that survived that collapsed to the ground from the pressure wave, and further out the survivors were decimated by the wall of debris. Several Covenant ships encircling the city, glassing as they went, simply winked out of existence. Others were gutted stem to stern by the galaxy's biggest IED. A moment later, the mountain north of the city, while taking shrapnel damage from the Heracles, cracked along its centerline. The beam from the ship glassing the facility turned from a violent red to a brilliant white. The ship shuddered, its light flickering, and another beam bloomed from its upper surface. An instant later, a column of radiation, fire and molten debris erupted from the mountain, passing through the ship, splitting it in two, and rocketing up into the sky high above. The debris began falling out from the column and soon painted the image of a grand tree blooming from the grey waste. The column of radiation the trunk, and the debris fallout the branches and leaves. A great white populace sprang forth and hung in the air. The debris settled, the dust and ash blown clear. And then, just as space high above, all was still and silent.
Sir, I'm picking up a friendly IFF. Condor Echo Lemur 7514-November. Clearing the atmosphere of relative grid coordinates. Foxtrot 1 by Echo 7 by Delta 5.
Hostile inbound. Too heavy for us to hold position any longer.
We can't just leave them behind.
We have no choice. Staying here means we lose the entire ship. Now, plot in an emergency slip space jump. We're We're getting the hell out of here.
Captain.
Luke heard the voices in the extreme distance, echoing through an endlessly immense space. Luke felt a peculiar weightlessness, a lightness in his limbs and a floating sensation in his head. As his senses began to return, he could feel the pressure of a cold surface on his back. He spent a few moments rolling his eyes behind his closed eyelids before opening them and looking around. Fragments of memories began to return to his awareness. He remembered an evacuation, running until he felt sick and then running some more. His apartment building collapsing with his mother still inside. He remembered shipping containers, a space tether falling, fighting for his life, dark tunnels, ash clouds, and walking high into the mountains. The memories accelerated as he gained his senses, and the gaps in his timeline gradually threaded together and closed. It was at that moment he realized he was laying on the deck of the troop compartment of the Condor. He rolled his head to the side and spied the Hrunting Yggdrasil Mark I platform sat across the way in a corner. Someone had removed him from his suit. He sat up. Pain lanced across his midsection, and he raised a hand to meet the pain, to find a crusted, partially scabbed and bloody wound to his abdominals. He remembered the fight with the brute and how it slipped the massive bayonet of its grenade-launching weapon between his abdominal plates. His black undersuit was torn at the sight, and evidence of Legolo blood still clinged to the outer surface. The Legolo, he thought to himself. He sat fully upright and scanned the troop bay. They weren't here. He stood up cautiously at first, and, still holding his wound, stepped across the troop bay to his armour. It was inactive and entirely unoccupied. He couldn't see the characteristic orange glow of the Legolo's bioluminescent flesh. In the reflection of his visor he got his first look at himself in what felt like a week. More had happened to him in the past 2 days than he could possibly hope to get his head around at this moment in time. He looked tired, exhausted. Dark circles under his eyes. Through the mirrored distortion of the visor, he could see his face looked like he had aged 20 years. He wore the emotion, grief and trauma of the past 48 hours on his face. A clump of his long blonde hair on top of his head was stained with blood. He let his fingers gently examine the wound that had rendered him unconscious when the city first fell into chaos. It was still tender, but healing. The stubble on his cheeks was now the beginning of a full beard. He looked like an ancient Viking warrior fresh off the battlefield. A realization that wasn't all too far from the truth. The Condor was silent. Its engines either spooled back to idle or off entirely. Only the gentle hum of electronics and life support systems accompanied the sound of his own breathing and clothes rustling in the silence.
What happened?
Luke absent-mindedly asked out loud. No reply came. Luke suddenly realized that he asked the question to Hades, who he'd grown accustomed to having somewhere close by, keeping an eye on him. At that moment he realized the final moments he had before losing consciousness as the Condor screamed higher into the atmosphere to escape the colony as it was being glassed, and he succumbed to the G-forces. Hades was remote piloting. Luke moved quickly through the pressure cabin into the cockpit. It was empty. No hologram of Hades. No unknown fellow soldier. Nothing. In those final moments of awareness, Hades had revealed he was going to destroy his data center and the UNSC base to deny the Covenant any information on any other colonies. He must have been successful, because here Luke was, alone in a Condor drifting through space. He looked out of the cockpit window to see nothing but stars.
Hades,
Luke softly spoke to himself, lamenting his fallen friend. The memories of the past few days finally fit back together, painting a full picture of what had happened, leaving only an empty block between losing consciousness and waking up a few minutes ago. He had no idea where the Condor was, or if it was even moving at all. The only visual points of reference out the cockpit window was the endless field of stars and nebula, far too distant to betray any relative movement of the ship. No planets he recognized, no moons, not even any satellites or ships. Had Hades piloted him into the emptiness of space to ultimately leave him to die? No, he had more faith in him than that. Hades had told him that he had left a subroutine to get him clear of the colony, safely through slipspace and to the relative safety of another colony. He could only assume that's what was happening. Where he was in that series of destinations, however, was anybody's guess. Or rather, was his to guess, alone. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious for. He looked across the Condor's controls to see if he could see a date or time. One of the displays in the center console had a date that read 03/29/2535, and the time was nearly 11:45 at night. Hell of it was, he couldn't remember what the date was when the city had fallen. Everything else, the drive to survive, the horror, the trauma and grief had dominated his senses that trivial matters like what the date was were now almost completely lost on him. If nothing else, he had the silence and solitary ride to wherever Hades' subroutine was taking him to begin to process everything. But he was convinced he'd only just be scratching the surface. He'd likely need counselling to work through it all. A green light next to the display began strobing. Perhaps there were friendlies in the area trying to hail him. He clicked the button next to the light.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Hunt.
The instantly recognizable voice replied. A moment later, the holotank in the cockpit warmed and Hades manifested on its upper surface, Biden in hand. He wrapped both hands around it, leant it into his shoulder, and used it to lean on.
Hades! I thought you died!
No. When the ship got clear of the city, the wideband communication relays outside of the city made a ping connection with the Condor. I noticed its carrier wave had a corridor I could exploit. The Condor has an AI data cluster on board. I managed to burst transfer my core matrix aboard before the Heracles round made landfall.
I thought I heard a voice when I was waking up.
Hades nodded, his face grim.
You did. I was monitoring the system communications for UNSC ships nearby.
And?
Hades' expression hardened.
They left us behind. The Covenant presence was too high to risk waiting for us, apparently.
Luke sighed and shook his head. Hades pointed to a small storage pouch next to the pilot's chair, inside a small earpiece. He slipped it into his ear. The earpiece chimed as it connected to the ship's systems, and Hades tapped his bident on the holotank, and an audible knock sounded in his right ear, confirming he could now converse with Hades anywhere in the ship. He turned and left the cockpit. Hades watched him as the door slid shut automatically behind him. In the pressure chamber, Luke was drawn to a side bulkhead window. He walked to it and ducked his head to look out. Beyond, the crescent-reflected glow of Plusios' moon loomed, and between the Condor and the moon were dozens of small glowing objects moving around. A fleet of Covenant warships were arriving on Plusios' doorstep.
What if they find us?
I've cut the engines and reduced power output to 15%. We're basically invisible to their sensors. We will continue to drift on an outbound vector away from Plusios. We'll be at a safe distance in a few hours.
Luke nodded and walked back into the troop bay. More lights flickered to life than were lit when he first woke up, revealing a mass of Legolo huddled together peacefully in the corner. Beneath their mass he could see a terminal or computer protruding from the Condor's bulkhead. It seemed to be at the centre of their colony. He walked past them as they calmly shifted and rearranged themselves. He headed to the back of the Condor and looked out the window in the sealed troop bay ramp. Beyond, the tail of the Condor extended like an immense canopy, the thruster nacelles holding steady and showing only the faintest of glows at their exhaust nozzles. Beyond that, the beautiful planet he called home hung in an infinite void. Portions of it ravaged by fire, ash, lava and obsidian, the rest either immaculate and vibrant blues and greens or dulled as the immense ash clouds and smoke began choking the life out of the planet itself.
What about back down there?
The city is lost. The Covenant are still glassing, but they'll gain very little use from what we left behind.
So your data center in New Pylos is gone?
Yes. All protocols have been observed, which leaves me in an interesting place.
How do you mean?
I was created as a superintendent class AI to govern and administrate the city of New Pylos. The city is now destroyed, yet I didn't die with it.
Luke smiled.
I guess you've got the same problem as the rest of us now.
Being?
Hades asked, curiosity creeping into his voice.
Choice.
Hades almost chuckled.
Then perhaps it's time to reconsider who I am, as I am no longer defined by my original charge.
Luke turned his attention to the Letgolo colony once more and marvelled at their simple complexity, their foreign similarity, a question forming in the back of his mind.
I thought the Letgolo couldn't survive independently.
They're regrowing their colony. They're also interfacing with the ship's systems, allowing them to sustain. It won't be long until they are fully independent again.
So now what?
Luke asked as he strolled past them towards the front of the troop bay.
That, I think, is up to us.
Hades paused.
This vessel is slipspace capable. Once we're at a safe distance, we can spin up the drives and jump to wherever we like.
Luke stopped and turned back to the Letgolo.
Not likely the inner colonies or the UNSC will gladly welcome a colony of Letgolo to their shores.
A Superintendent-class AI who abandoned his post wouldn't likely fare much better.
Luke continued.
There's no more ropes tying me down. No connections, not anymore.
The Letgolo colony trembled and their voice spoke through the Hrunting's external speakers.
Not true. We looked out for each other. We are one brothers now.
Luke looked from the exoskeleton back to the mass of Letgolo.
I never thought I'd be throwing my hat into the ring with a god and a monster. But yeah, we're okay.
He turned on his heels and walked through the pressure cabin, back into the cockpit. Hades reappeared once more at the holotank as he took a seat in the co-pilot's chair. Hades watched him take a seat and then followed his gaze out of the cockpit windows to the infinity starfield beyond.
So, what's the plan?
Luke gazed out at the stars. The infinite possibilities of eternity led before him. Everything he had ever known, behind him. He stole a glance over his shoulder, looking to the back of the Condor as the cockpit door sealed and turned back to the stars. His mother's final words to him played through his head, and he smiled warmly.
I suppose we follow our guts.
An hour later, the Condor had glided unchallenged far enough away from Plusios. No nearby radar pings or transmissions from enemy or friendly ships. The ship's thrusters came back to full, accelerating the Condor through interplanetary space. The Condor's Shore Fujikawa translate engine spooled up, and in a blue flash of Cherenkov radiation and a ripple of reality, the Condor dove into slipstream space at the dawn of a new threshold of life. The last particles of radiation decayed, the last ripples of space-time ironed out, and all was once again still and silent.